Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Good morning. Ooh, didn't mean that to end so quickly. Quickly. My ear nades are off. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Wow, we have a lot of you in chat. Aaron, you're the first in chat. June, you're second, and Gerald, you're third. Congratulations. Welcome, everybody. One sunny day. And Lady Jane, welcome back. All of you, welcome back. Thank you for joining. Let's see, probably after the first hour, they may have started. Yeah, we're talking about the jury and Shannon with one N, Burgess was more courtroom drama. Hello, Jason. We've been missing you. Welcome back. Okay, we have the proverbial fan, but I hate to tell y'all, I think Miss Ceiling Dion has passed away. I want to remind everybody that we are still trying to find justice for Emily Pike, who was unalived after being removed from a Native American reservation. Well, not literally. She left the reservation. She was at a halfway house and left the house, and she was taken and unalived. With that, we are praying for justice for her. Okay, today is International Tea Day. So we have International Tea up today. I might change that later. I've been out and about watching severe weather. Ooh, yay. I'm a storm chaser. I love severe weather. As long as it doesn't destroy my house or my car, I'm good. I just love photographing bad weather. Today, before we get in, let's talk about what's been happening the last couple of days with so many tornadoes. I know. Shannon Burgess, someone made a comment, where is it? Here it is. Let me get it up. Oh, sorry. Wrong one. I'm curious to know how the jury thought about Shannon Burgess' testimony and cross. While the lack of degree by itself may not be a big deal, but coupled with the numerous errors and report, I really was Ceiling Dion. She's napping. That's a good one. Here's my take on that. And I watched some other courtroom commentators who are attorneys just to kind of make sure where I was on that and whether or not I was off the charts. No, I was not. Not having a degree in and of itself is not a problem. But in multiple places over a myriad of years, he has represented himself as having a degree. And that is the issue. And expert witnesses are expected in the judicial system from based on what these other court commentator, attorneys, etc., legal field people have said, um, that it should be a basics, and I mean it's kind of like an unsaid basis that um, expert witnesses should have at least the minimum requirements in their field, which is most often than not, especially in forensic science, it is a degree. But that is not by in and of itself the basis of an issue. The other issue is the lack of consistency, the lack of a degree, not the lack of degree. Gotta wake up. It is the fact that he allowed or somehow accepted the company to put out on the web that he has a degree that he does not have. Where would they have gotten that information? Probably his freaking resume. Yes, his resume. That is probably where they got that information. It only comes from him. It only comes from him. All of it comes from here. Oh my god. Everybody, even on Lincoln, can you go live on Lincoln? He went live for 3 hours. Attorney Mark Bedrow carrying retrial Sam Burge's resume issues. Oh my gosh, I didn't know you can go live on Lincoln. I guess you can. But um his picture is no longer up. It is now Shannon B. No longer his Lincoln has changed. Skills, interest, cause, l- experience, activity about I don't see anything. Oh, let me maybe it's another. I'm not seeing him up anymore. It's been taken down. Regional marketing graduated North Carolina. Strategic marketing manager. I don't see him up anymore. It's not there. He took it down, or they did. Someone took it down. It it's not there. Not kidding. It's not there unless I'm just not awake. But Cedar Park, Texas, no. Raleigh. It's gone. Let me go to Aperture. And well, wait a minute. It is up, but it's different. I'm looking. Wait a minute. He is Cedar Park. So let me go. People, Cedar Park. Okay. Okay, this is a Shannon B. This is human resource, so it's a different person. So FYI, he has now been removed. No, we're not surprised, but I am going to Aperture and I'm going to experts and I'm saying if Shannon Burgess is still listed. Yes, he is still listed. Thank you, baby. And his degree is still listed. So they have not changed. I got an amazing honey. This is the first time that he has really experienced a really bad RA flare up with me. I am struggling with my arthritis at the moment, royally struggling. with my arthritis at the moment. And this is his first go around with me. And he's been so kind. I'm having a lot of pain and discomfort right now. I am really struggling with fine motor skills. Sorry, he's going outside. And I'm going. I just saw the ding. Um, but yeah, I'm being honest. I am struggling the last couple of days. Today seems to be worse. Breaking news. Canton PD searching for possible armed subject wanted for threats. Canton, Mass. Bell drives me crazy. Searching for person may be armed and who wants to threat the official warned the police. Police released a photo of a person wearing black hoodie, sweatshirt, black pants, black shoes, spotted walking in the parking lot. It is not clear and where the threat was made. Police are drones, canines in Massachusetts State Police Air Wing are joining the search. Anyone information, please call the police. And I will share this. This is who they are looking for. This is thank you so much, June. So, yep, just as long as it's away from the well, hopefully they catch him, but I hope it's not near the courthouse. That's a concern as well. Okay, what is this document, June? That you just sent? I'm looking. John Garrett, Allison Turgott, Lisa Peterson, Smith Court of Commonwealth, Beverly. Okay. This is a plaintiff's supplemental brief in support of a preliminary injunction. When was this filed? 5/20. By happenstance, the Karen Reed trial is ongoing. If it were the George Zimmerman Retrial Martin case, it would been over. Same too with the Derek or so-and-so's case. The only reason the government has not managed to clarify mute in this case because Karen Reed trial is so long. This is not how the rule of law works. The Commonwealth tactics in this case. Let me get it over here. Get it over here and share. Oh, there it is. Okay. I don't understand this. Let me read it. Thank you so much, baby. By happenstance, the Karen Reed trial, okay, y'all are seeing it, is ongoing. If this were the George Zimmerman Trayvon Martin case, it would have been over 19 days. Same too with the Dirk Javian George Floyd trial, whatever. The only reason the government has not managed to clearly mute in this case is because the Karen Reed trial is long. This is not how the rule of law works. The Commonwealth tactics in this case are aimed at protecting the government's actions from any meaningful review at all, compounding their lack of respect for due process. This case has the opportunity to stand in reaffirmation of the First and 14th Amendment, or it will stand for something much sinister. If the government gets away with it, as far as this case will be the exemplar to use when the government wants to ensure violations of the First and 14th Amendment are reviewable. Set up a buffer zone with no power to do so in a proceeding in which those affected have no opportunity to be heard. Then just get things done before the Constitution. Oh my gosh, this is 37 pages. I don't want to know how we got here. Oh, freedom of speech is shut down. Y'all. Let me go back here, go back a little bit. Exhibit C. As the incident reports indicates, the police are ignoring the supplemental order reported limitations focused only on the demonstrations, even quiet ones within a bit of the second buffered zone. They consolidate the nation. Wow. They're arresting her even though she's in the right place. Picket in front of the courthouse merely because she chose to defy the state police unconstitutional warning. Wow. Freedom of the press is still shut down. Wow, y'all. It's getting nasty. I am not going to read all of this today. Y'all can do me a favor since I'm not going to read every single bit of this. Oh, everything's blacked out. We need to put this where y'all can. Or y'all can go to As the Gavel Drops. Go to Discord, go to As the Gavel Drops, and you can download it. Okay, let me see. Supplemental order regarding. Okay, that's a supplemental order. All right, y'all. Wow. There's more going on here than meets the eye. Another wackadoodle on the loose? Yeah, y'all, just holding a cup of cereal is a little tricky. So there will be no interpreting from me today. That reminds me, I need to send a link to my interpreter. For those of you who don't know, rheumatoid arthritis, it affects my jaw, my hands, my hips, my ribs. I'm trying to think, my knees, my feet, pretty much everywhere. My neck, my back. It depends on where it wants to shine its ugly head. Oh. Okay, got everybody notified. I needed to go notified. Yep. I got it. Yep. Breaking. Oh, thank you. Luckily, it doesn't affect my ability to open my mouth and talk. Mm. Okay, y'all. Don't forget to like, subscribe, bingo, and you're in. Oh, this was yesterday, or is that today? Yesterday. Mm. Why? Okay, why did her comment not show up? There it is. Good morning, Mary. See, Facebook worked today. I want to put this out there. I think I wanna put this out there. Okay, put it out there. It's people like Jennifer McCage that literally rip families apart for absolutely 0 amount of reasons. Trust me, I know this very well, all too well. Well, I'm on that boat. Thank you so much, June. Thank you, thank you. I have people don't, um I wish the fan almost look how it's getting dirty. They need to clean it, but it's far cleaner than what it used to be. I'm sorry I'm having to eat. I have to take some prednisone, so hopefully by tomorrow it will help knock this out of the system. Well, the only thing that will knock this is prednisone. Prednisone sucks. I've been looking for this necklace for a long time. I miss my necklace. It's been falling in between some cracks. Um, are we okay? And nobody sent me anything else in Discord. Good, my chap. Miss Ronnie will be late, which is no problem. Okay. I was talking about Burgess. If someone asked if he was perjuring himself or what, could he be gotten for perjury? No, because he told the truth on the stand. He can be considered impeached like freaking crazy. He was royally impeached by Alessi, and it was not pretty. Thank you, Sharon. I mean, Sharon. I shared. Thank you, Aaron. Aaron shared. Sharon. So anyway, he was greatly impeached. Um, the problem is, and once again, I'm not the only one on this boat, is how can you trust his methodology and his information when he has for years misrepresented himself as having a bachelor's degree? Um, Not saying that a bachelor degree is something you have to have in life, but it is apparently very important in the forensic science world, that education, and the fact that he misrepresented the amount of years he was going for the degree, and then on the stand, he kept validating that the date in question was January 30th, when in fact it was like the 29th. And yeah, it wasn't like it was a one-time typo and everything else, but no matter what social media, no matter where they looked, he represented to not only having a degree, but the degree that he was representing and having was a degree that doesn't even exist in that college, at that particular college. And then, so he misrepresented he had one, the wrong degree, because there is no such degree of that field at that college. He also, in his own theory and paper, reports number one was saying it was the 30th, on and on and on and on again. And Mr. Alessi finally let him be wrong. He didn't correct him, and that's fine. But then you also have not only that, why was there a supplemental report, a second report in May 8th, only after he saw other reports and other slides? Why? And he said as many times as he's been declared expert, which is now going to be in question, um, would there be another report, especially after he had talked to, well, I think it was Lolly, on the 7th of May, once trial began. They should. Yeah, I know, right? Um, must be a cold day fan dead. Celine Dion is not on today. Not having it today. Well, there's the thing. It's one thing to have outdated material. Good morning, Jackie. It is one thing to have what we call outdated material. It's another to have false material. And it 2024 was his expected. You don't do that. You put pursuing. You don't put the date you expect to have it. Like on my LinkedIn, I haven't looked at it in 20 years either. But the thing is that it's one thing to outdated and need to update. Like I said, it's another to be totally wrong and know about it. He knew. And it wasn't just there. His DV was wrong. Other social media was wrong. So this was an ongoing problem with him. So here's to say, and I question, and I question, and I question, how does this affect other trials that he has been an expert in? And I will tell you, I don't. Hi, Alita. Thank you. Oh, well, thank you for hopping on in Facebook. Oh my gosh, we appreciate you. Thank you so, so very much. Um, but it is a little nippy here today. Where's my blanket? Right there. My Vera Bradley. I love Vera Bradley. I know. I'm a Vera Bradley snob. And do you know why I'm a Vera Bradley snob? My sister got me hooked on these blankets. These are the best freaking blankets. So they're worth every penny. How can I keep a trial going when I know damn well that the Commonwealth witnesses aren't? Or I don't get I don't know. I I'm not I don't know. So anyway, so he has a lot of problems, and I doubt that he will be an expert witness for a long time. And the company, if they don't fire him, may require him to get that degree. To be fair, the college could have had a degree at the time. No, he admitted, Aaron, that was another misunderstanding or mistake that they did not have that degree. My friend had to switch majors at one point because her school discontinued the degree program she originally in. I don't disagree with that, but that was not the case. How can they keep a trial going when they know damn well that the Commonwealth knows this is our line? Yeah, um, but it's gonna keep going because they can file for a mistrial. They can file for it, but Canonier is not gonna allow it. Um, she I think in a sadistic kind of way, I think Coloni Baloney. Yeah, there we go. Canoni Baloney is enjoying her day in the sun because it's going to be short lived in the realm of things. Sorry, guys, I got to take a bite. The thing that disturbs me the most is, and I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know how this would go. I would never, I would have, I would have gotten that guy off the stand. I would have not have done a cross. Mm, sorry, a redirect. I would never have done a redirect. I would have gotten him off of that stand so fast. I think they really hurt him. I don't fault the guy for not having an education, I fault him for lying. A red Solo cup. Um, I I have someone told me I overreacted about all this, and then I watched a female, I'll say her name, Emily D. Baker. Love you, babe. Last night I binge watched her on speed. Let me tell you, you think I reacted? She was like, "What the Yeah. No, they don't want a mistrial. No. No, they want an acquittal. They'll take it, but they don't want it. They want a full acquittal. She was dropping the S and F bombs like crazy with that guy. Every 5 seconds, it was like, "What?" So, I feel I feel I feel better. Yes, we are talking about putting someone away for an absolute 0 amount. This case is very serious. What are the witnesses lying? What are the witnesses of lying? Okay, don't understand. To destroy family has nothing to do with this. I know EDB is great, and I will never be her. That's okay. Um, but sometimes it's good for me because I'm not a lawyer. I like watching her. And come to find out, some of the stuff I was saying, she was saying, I felt better. I was really attacked for attacking his lack of bachelor's degree. They're they're pro bono, so yeah, mistrial would not be ideal. And the other thing is someone jumped to me because just because you're going to college and getting a degree doesn't mean it's important for everybody else. Look, if you're going to put your ass on the line as an expert witness in a court of law with the chance of someone going away for the rest of their lives, it's not a misdemeanor. This is life. Do I have a cat? I have a kitty kitty. Well, hello, come here. I finally caught you. This cat does not like to be held. Usually does not. This is that baby kitten that I had last year that we rescued. And this one does not normally like to be held. And if she does, it is short-lived like that. And I'm out. She's big. I just wish she was a snuggle bug, and she's not. Now, if you're laying in bed, she'll tack your hands and feet, but she's not a snuggle bug. So, you be you. I am being me. And a lot of times, Emily D. Baker and I look alike. I tease people. I used to get so offended when people used to dog me about being Emily D. Baker. And then I realized, wait a minute, I'm almost 10 years older than EDB. I've been dressing like this longer than she has. I had my earrings, which I lost one before she did. And I've been in baseball caps long before she was. Hey, Angela. Hey, babe. We've missed you. I'm done with all my exams. I'm done with my semester. Yay. By the way, I've been a 99 in both of my classes. I am so stoked. My GPA should be jumping quite a bit. Not really. I'm already at a 3 I think I'm at a 3.9. I wish I had a 4.0, but I'm not going to have a 4.0. Lawyer, indeed I, Guy, both lawyers have similar opinions of the trial to yours at Ada K. Thank you so much, one sunny day. I turned in post research early. Yay! Oh, girl, it's hard getting a degree in criminal justice. I don't care what country you're in. Yes, June, she has been mad at the last couple of mornings since I haven't been there. Uh, what's going on? I have no idea. We're waiting. I'm trying to find out, believe it or not, I'm surfing. So anyway, the thing for me is that, um breaking news! Judge Canosa camera needs to be shut off so she can question each juror individually because of an issue has come up. She didn't say why. Ah! No, we better not have a mistrial. Well, thank you so much, y'all, for confirming. I don't know. Um, I haven't heard. I'm going to get a hold of her today and say what gives. I haven't heard from anybody. I've had no emails. I'm going to be pissed. N I don't like it when I have these delete forever, updates 1910. Oh, why isn't that interesting? Okay, the camera is moving.
You are unmuted.
You are unmuted. I will be
Could I see counsel at
talking.
sidebar, please?
Sidebar. Okay, we're gonna find out. Maybe we'll find out what the mess is. I have no idea. I have no idea. I'm gonna have to take one at some point while court is going, I'm gonna have to make a phone call. And I hate doing it, but during business hours, what choice do I have? I have to call. Angela, let us know what your grade is if you want to share. When you find out, we want to celebrate you. Oh,
That process will take a little while, so I'm going to add. Good morning, jurors.
I didn't realize I was
So-
paused. My bad.
An issue has come to my attention that is going to make it necessary that I talk to each one of you individually over at side.
So we're still at sidebar. I yeah, you better be kidding. So I kind of was confident when I came into this trial of my abilities, but after being so viciously attacked lately, I kind of start questioning them, but I'm back on my normal boat. My opinions are not off. I'm matching everybody else. We're good. We're good. But it definitely is a little nerve-wracking when you have people attacking your or making you question your understanding or what you are doing. And I'm so grateful for every single one of you for being so supportive. So supportive. Now, I want to know, why is Aiden not getting into the jury pool? He's only been in the courtroom 1 or 2 of the weeks. Okay, well, Aiden is saying that Karen Reed Day 20 started off with the shenanigans and scandals. Each juror being brought up individually be questioned by Auntie Bev. No idea what this is about, but of course it happens in this trial. Rigging the jury is the only way Hank Brennan can avoid an acquittal. Oh, well, I'm not going to go that far. Because the McCabe made this claim, the Commonwealth is still going with the unalive by 3-point turn defense. until part 73 Can't Cover Up series revealed that the wrong taillight would be broken if that had happened. That is true. Then it turned into 62 feet at 24 miles an hour. There is a lot of inconsistencies, but I'm not gonna read everything. I don't wanna go there. Oh. Okay. So we are still doing the jury questioning at sidebar to try and find out what's going on. Cannot wait. No, I don't think I know it's a lottery, but are we sure? I find it interesting that one person has gotten in 90, one channel has gotten in over 90% of the time. I don't know who sent me that list in Discord last week, but I'd love an updated one. Yep. So, I wish I could go through Emily D. Baker's lives for the last 2 days, and every time she had a moment, I make a collage of her picture. I thought about making a collage from a mild face light to the what the code red, code red. Oh, good, good. Thank you. Keep an eye out for that. I don't know how many people they have in for the drawing, but they only have so many slots. That's for dang sure. I forgot to look. Do I still have my code red? All right, guys. This is a sample code red. If you have light and flicker sensitivity, look away. Because we're gonna do a code red because Gerald hadn't seen it, and I wanted to, show, Gerald. This is a code red, okay? And when there's no more sound, there's no more flickering. In 3, 2, 1. That's my code red. Yep, that'd be my code red. Oh, I forgot to do my Hello Kitty. Thank you for joining us today. We appreciate you so very, very much. You can come back if you are sensitive and turned away. Code red is over. I should have been doing that. I haven't been doing it. I forgot all about it. Y'all need to ask. When the muckery, I love the effery word. I'll say it that way. When the effery gets deep, we need to go code red, and I forget about code red. So y'all can ask for code red anytime. Just put a red siren. I'll be happy to send you to code red. I know. I had fun making that. Oh. I have a friend who's not feeling well. I just got a little thing about it. Mistrial. No, I don't think we're gonna get a mistrial. Yeah, I would like I have this siren noise, but I didn't have it. But I didn't have it when I made the video. And I can't I don't know if I can remake that video exactly the same. So I've got to spend some time in Canva. For some reason, I lost all of my artwork in Canva, which pissed me off, which royally upset me. Because I'm gonna have to move this. It's driving me crazy. Well, something just fell. There we go. That'll work for now. Maybe dismiss a juror. That is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we're gonna lose a juror. And the fact is that we've gotten this long without losing one is amazing. Oh, don't forget, we have special emojis for all you members. If you are a member of our channel, use your special created emojis by myself and Miss Kevin. I start to get where I can add emojis and then I lose members. I need to have a certain number of members and I don't. Well, that's not good. Where did it go? Okay, it's right there. I dropped something. Or something got dropped. Sorry. Oh, I know. I love my Heidi the Highlander. And that reminds me, let's do this. Why not? Thank you so much for your support. And those are my three little Highlander. I didn't have couldn't find a regular bull, but that's the BS meter. By the way, as a gavel drops, thank you so much for all of your court documents and making them available to all of us. We can't do what we do without you. So if you go to Discord, when you're in Discord, go find As the Gavel Drops, join, validate your account like you do with me, and you will be able to have access to all the glorious documents that we have. The siren for Code Red. Yeah, I can actually, we're going to do the Code Red again. Just, I wonder how this would go. Y'all ready? Just wondering. Yeah. And then Emily said, well, maybe we should do an all black. It got so bad. She was going, I can't go any more than red, and we can go black. But we can't go code red. Can't do red. Oh, that's what's going on. Okay, let me get my camera. There we go. Yes, thank you. Okay, yes. By the way, June, I love this. Thank you so very much. Let me get over here so I can read it and get it there. So there was a late start today. The judge walks into the bench and immediately asks to see lawyers at sidebar. Sidebar was over. Judge Canoni calls for the jury. Auntie Bev greets the jury, tells him an issue has come up and that she needs to speak to each one of them individually at sidebar. She's sending them back to the jury room. She calls the lawyers back to the bench. The judge has ordered everyone but Reed and the lawyers to leave the court. What? Reed and lawyers to leave the courtroom. Families filed out. So so do reporters. Reporters were told they must take all electronic devices with them. People start to gather outside the courtroom. until a court officer tells them to move to the first door. Oh, yeah. Thank you so much, June. Yes, we did. We did. We saw that. Um, I and people were going, "She coulda just been doing this." But look, if you got something on your face, you're gonna go like this. You're not gonna go, "That was very weird." So, anyway, I don't know if she signaled or not, but what gets me was that smirk. As soon as she went, "Yes, we'll do sidebar." Nah, I think it's sidebar. And I was like, "That was a little too animated for my cup of tea." But Auntie Bev is Auntie Bev, and that's what's gonna happen. Um, where does it already I think, I'm reading a little bit more about Burgess from yesterday. I think one of the things that really hurt Burgess was that timeline. He kept saying the 30th and not the 29th, and he was adamant it was the 30th. So that was the problem. Then later, Burgess insisted let's see, Alessi repeatedly asked Burgess if he supported and stood by his timeline when Reed's SUV was turned off and on the day of O'Keefe's death, and Burgess insisted he did. However, Alessi then pointed out to Burgess the times are correct, but the date is January 30th, where it should be the 29th. So, what did he say? Parentheses. So, in actuality, these 5 timelines that you testified to them yesterday are not accurate down to the second, correct? Because you have the wrong date. Well, parlance, yes, but they are still accurate to the second. I was like, Emily D and Bakers in my head did the same thing at the same time. We did a whip away. Parlance is a particular way of speaking or using words, especially a way common to those with particular job interests. That's what the definition of parlance is. Yep. Well, I think that it's not that the electronics and the time in the car is not consistent. I think it just he's trying to line up the timestamps in the car with what he calls our events, along with John O'Keefe's phone and what that phone calls as events, and he's trying to marry the two, and you can't. Juror very well may have done something. Just hopefully we don't have to start this case all over again. Oh my god, that would be horrible. Uh, on redirect, Burgess stood by his conclusion. Of course he would have. That the defense expert had made more misleading mistakes by calculating that O'Keefe used his phone after Reed SUV had backed up. Well, honestly, if I'm on the jury and I'm sitting there and I hear not that this was a clerical error on a degree, but totally lied about it. I could almost put that aside, but there were too many other inconsistencies in this man's um, testimony for me to feel comfortable accepting his word and knowledge over somebody who has a lot more experience and a lot more education and has yet to been deemed a liar. Case when the car clock and EDR clock are not the same, apparently. Yeah. I you know, I'm that oh, give us a scoop on Aperture. But the LinkedIn page for Bergers is down. No longer available. Hey, honey, what you pacing for? Can you turn on the lights? Open the shop, please. Oh, thank you. We need to make sure that sign is on. I know. I should have double checked. Oh, oh. Now, sounds like my daughter's dad with too much. Yeah, we're not going there. We don't go there. You can go there, I won't. By the way, Burgess is interpreting this data could be affected by his lack of higher level education in the subject. I don't disagree with that at all. Wow. I don't doubt. Um, what does CV stand for? Yeah, I'm afraid one may be coming too. And if so, we got to do this all over again. 20 days, 19 days all over again. I don't think Karen Reed can financially, emotionally, and physically. I think she's strong enough to do it, but she's already suffered so much. Okay, on day 5 of testimony, a male juror in his 50s was called to the bench and questioned by the judge with the lawyers present. Later, he returned to the rest of the jury. The jury consists of 9 women, 9 men. In the end of testimony, 12 of them will be randomly selected to liberate, and the others will serve as alternates. During the deliberation of the first trial, there were 2 alternates. Convenient for the state to get a mistrial after the key witness of theirs is obliterated on the stand. Oh, I think. CV for I think. Cancel. No, I don't want to leave. I'll go here and leave. I'm not going to do that. Oh, curriculum vitae. VITAE. Vitae is a detailed document that shows the individual's academic and professional history. It is typically longer than a resume, includes comprehensive overview of the work experience, education skills, achievements, and any relevant certifications or awards. The CVs are often used for applying for positions that require high level of expertise or specialized knowledge. So, uh, he does he even have the does he even have enough knowledge? I'm being very catty. I'm gonna get my slippers on, my feet are cold. Um, when I get RA, my limbs get cold for some reason. When I get a flare up. Ugh. For those of you who are just joining, thank you so much for joining us. I greatly appreciate you. Forgive me. I am RA Ada today, meaning I'm having a really bad rheumatoid arthritis flare up, and that causes a great deal of pain. So I am functioning, but if I seem a little bit off, please forgive me. It affects your thinking, it affects everything. Everything. During the first trial, several jurors were questioned and some excused, but the families and reporters were allowed to remain in the room. This is the first time the judge has essentially cleared the room for jury questioning. Wow, that's a good point. So, um, Yeah, what are we gonna do if we have a mistrial? Oh my gosh, I think they would go bat crazy. I think it will go crazy. I think everyone will go crazy if we, have a mistrial. Hold on, I'm looking at something. Good morning, Ronnie. Vita or Vitae, thank you. I'm watching everybody's comments. "Hey, Ronnie, I'm trying to get information." Same, everybody. So, guess what? If this if the situation is bad enough that the alternate jurors are if there's enough dismissed that you don't have alternate jurors, this will be a mistrial. I think the F-bomb is gonna come out a lot of mouths if this is declared a mistrial. Everyone's gonna be pissed. Depends on how many jurors they lose. They can make until there's a conviction, I don't know. If it's a mistrial, they can try again. I think it should be limited, but nope, they get to go again. Yes, we have 9 men, 9 women. 12 will serve on the actual jury. What? They can only try 3 times? Okay, they can try 3 times, but I thought, and I can't remember where, but it was legit, depending on what it is, there's a chance it could be up to 4, depending on the situation. Yeah. Oh, generic reasons 3 times, yeah. Oh, and they will try again, and that to me is what is so frustrating. I mean, they are at the at the start at the end of the last trial, the attorney said that they have at least $5 million of billable hours that they have not billed Karen Reed. That's the end of the first trial, so let's double it for giggles and grins. You're looking at $10 million minimal. Minimal. Remember, she's brought others on. That doesn't include the additional, I'd say equal amount, another 10 million for all the expenses and the experts and all of that. It should it comes to a point to where how can she can't afford to defend herself, so she has to get court appointed. And for those of you who don't know, today is National Tea International Tea Day. I took it down. Today is International Tea Day. Thank you, baby. Huh? I knocked something off on the floor down there. Those were on your desk. My honey is so sweet. My goat died. The screaming goat, it died. The 1 year Van Gogh, just like Emily D. Baker's. We have our goats, for some reason, they lose 1 year, and he goes, "He's gonna go get batteries for it." I'm like, "Oh, is it cheaper just throw them away and get him a new one?" Oh, hello, Brit. You like your Ollie tea? I gotta start doing this. I'm getting very forgetful. You guys, one of our sponsors is Miss Ollie Tea. Let's hear from our sponsor.
I want to welcome Ollie Tea to our family. They are our new sponsor. Ollie Tea is a veteran, woman-owned company. They are passionate about creating artisan small batch herbal teas, focusing on self-care and wellness, while at the same time offering tasty drink options. Ollie Tea does not incorporate scenting or flavoring agent and is naturally caffeine-free with no added sugars. They let the natural ingredients speak for themselves. The herbal teas are packed as loose leaf and in convenient tea bags. Certified Go Texas and homegrown by heroes. They offer many different choices from lavender citrus to lemony mint to restore and to scarlet nibs. They also offer fabulous Christmas gifts such as these wonderful tea strainers. Y'all, this is absolutely beautiful. Please click on the QR code or go to www.buyollytea.com to get your tea. Let me know which is your favorite. I hope you enjoy.
It really is a good cup of tea, y'all. It is a very good cup of tea. A lot of tea and coffees, well, like we also have a coffee company, but a lot of tea and coffees are harvested before full, what I would say, ripening. And then they over dry and cook them to get the bold flavor. Oh, good. And the preservatives in them, you get a little bit of a chemical aftertaste to them. Hello, it Brit. What is your favorite so far in the Ollie tea? This tea is company is owned by a semi-local, meaning Texas, veteran. She is a veteran, and um, this tea is authentic. It's got full full leaves in it, unless it's in a tea bag. If you get it raw, tea bag, it's broken down a little bit more, but not a lot. It's not ground into such small pieces that you almost can't get flavor out of them. Um, it is a fabulous tea, and I enjoy it. Now, when you're sick, the Rockin' Rooster is one of my best teas for that. It is so awesome. Okay, we have no more updates yet. This must be something very serious, and I don't know what. Still the hibiscus lemon, but I'm getting the lavender citrus this time because I love lavender. Lavender citrus is very good. I do love lavender, but I can't drink it because it's got citrus. So I've heard a lot of good things about it. Hibiscus lemon, I'm allergic to lemon. And the thing is that what she uses really, you get chunks of lemon skin. And I can't do that. Follow Jonathan Hall. I think I am. Yeah, I got him up right now on X. But there's nothing new. He hadn't posted anything new. Um, but if you've got like upper respiratory stuff going on, Rockin' Rooster and Restore are the two that I go for that. The Rockin' Rooster I love when I'm actually sick, and then when I'm getting better I do the Restore. I don't know. It's just my jam. And you don't believe me? What's sitting right there? Restore. Um, just so you know, so the Restore is a blend of ollie tea, ginger, lemongrass. Lemongrass is not lemon citrus; it's different. And turmeric. The Restore herbal tea is perfect blend for those who want to maintain and preserve their bodies. Restores rich antioxidants and anti-inflammatory. Hence, I need to drink some today. In fact, I might see if I can convince my honey boo to get me a cup of hot water. The tea is just like my grandparents. I find myself surrounded by family in our uh, agricultural life. This is about the owner. But unlike my grandparents, and despite not having any experience, I willingly walked into farming after 30 years in the Army career. Although there have been a lot to learn, my desire propelled me forward to try without fear and to be successful in doing so. Only through hard work and resiliency where we are able to establish olive orchard and a commercial greenhouse for growing a variety of herbs used in our herbal tea. So they grow their own and they are organic. No chemicals, no preservatives, nothing. Um, Commercial greenhouse agro provides me with a sense of satisfaction and pride in doing things right. Each growing season, I'm filled with optimism for what we're headed. I'm proud today. People are sharing my story with people. So she is wonderful. And what I love is she has the sticker on here that gives the lot number, the date, and all the information needed so you know that this is a good, clean product. And the other thing that she does on the back, which I've not had in some of these I higher quality teas, but she'll say steep for 3 to 5 minutes in 8 ounces of waters for boiling for this one. But other ones, the more you steep them, it changes the flavor profile. And she puts on here what those profiles are. So really good. And in fact, Gerald, can you bring me a cup of hot agua, please? I'm going to drink some of this tea because I need it. I need it.
Okay, hold on.
No. Can you bring me a cup of hot water? And I'm looking for my tea strainer. Oh, it's probably in that cup right there. Pick it up. The one with the little man. The blue thing.
Oh, blue sign.
Yeah, the blue thing. Yeah. My little tea strainer. And this is so cute, y'all. Look at my tea strainer. He's my little tree. Hangs off the cup. Oh, yeah. This is how good the tea is. This was my old. Look at this. Look. That's how good that is. And stainless steel. You can get these at her thing too. But yeah. Thanks for sharing, Jesse. We are all in a holding pattern right now. Everybody's just trying to kill time. Emily is like, what the heck? Oh. I'm going to take it out of the tea bag. I prefer the tea strainer. But I want you to see, I'm tearing it. Look at the chunks in there. Those are big chunks, which is what I love. When you get tea, especially in the grocery store, they're ground almost to a powder. You lose some of your quality on that. You really, really do. This is slightly smaller than the non-tea bag, but it's still quite big pieces. Wonderful. Yay. I need tea. Some tea. My honey is so kind and so sweet to help me. Guys, I have to tell you, my son has been an amazing son. He has been very loving and helpful and caring. But I have to tell you, it is nice to have a man in your life that when you're down and struggling has no problem picking up the slack and helping. It's so nice. And yes, I'm bragging about my boo. There's no more updates, guys. I'm looking. Meanwhile, some people are watching hockey. No, we're not going to watch hockey. Can't do it. So we've been doing this for 38 minutes. So she should be done. I would guess 2 minutes per juror, maybe 3. All jurors are being interviewed by Judge Canone. Yes, we have drama and more drama. It is a day. Well, somebody asked if I'd been in trial, and I said yes, many times. But I had the situation where I was a photographer, and I partnered with another photographer, and that photographer and I got along beautifully, but he was married to a batch crazy woman. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, had nothing to do. Oh, yeah, no, we're not going there, boo. We're not going there. We're not going there. So anyway, really? So anyway, I was getting married, and so I was gonna move out of town, so it was time for me to get all my equipment. He and I he he and I, not her and I and him, he and I co-owned the studio 50/50. And, um, he did the commercial photography, airplanes, jewelry, buildings, restaurants, that kinda stuff. I did the weddings and portrait, families, babies, anything that had to do with portrait, graduations, concerts, programs, things like that. And I, had wanted the new Epson photo printer. When Epson came out, you could print your own photos. Now, not that we would sell those if people wanted them, but I prefer to use them for proofing than for selling at that time. But anyway, it was quite expensive. And so I I had, let's just say five, I think it was 1,000 something, but we'll use a round number, 1,000, because I don't remember the exact number, but I'll use 1,000. I put in 500 out of my pocket, and the business would pay the other 500. Well, if you're an equal partner in the business, then I my half of the business was 250 put in for that printer. So in total, my personal asset in that printer was $750. Well, we got ready to leave, and my ex and I were moving out all of my equipment, and I provided all the office equipment, the desk, everything. I was going to leave the desk. And his wife used to piss me off. She'd come in while I'm working and plop down on my computer and start running and doing her stuff. She was a hippie at heart, but she'd come into a professional business, and she was skinny as a rail. I don't have a problem with vegans, but this woman was vegan on crack. And so she'd come in that office in a t-shirt with the sleeves cut off, no bra. So if she moved right, you could see her boob. Not much of one, but you could see something. And these shorts with no underwear, flip flops, and sit in my chair, legs crossed, Indian style. And I mean, she just pissed me off one day. So one day I said, "Oh, I didn't clean the keyboard. Sorry, I dropped chicken salad on it." She got so pissed that she was typing where meat had been that she threw the keyboard across the room. She would not eat at your house if you served her on dishes, even though they'd been washed in a dishwasher, if they'd ever been touched by meat. If you had a skillet that was touched by meat, she wouldn't eat anything out of it. But yet she go to restaurants. Go figure. I don't know. But long story short, I I pissed her off when I did that. But anyway, I was moving out. My ex wasn't there. I was getting the last few things, and I went up to get my printer. I owned it. I It was mine by law. I own 75% of it. And if Scott and I had a disagreement, he told me just take it because I was leaving the big desk. And he said, fair trade, just take it. But he wasn't there. It was just her and me. And she had plugged in, she brought her computer, her monitor, plugged into my printer, which is a photo printer. It is not a paper printer. You don't print documents off of a photo printer. And she was printing all of this paper crap off of my freaking photo printer. And that ink back then was, in today's prices, $300 a cartridge. In today's prices, it was that expensive. I love loose leaf tea. I do too. So I walked up and I just unplugged it and I started to walk out and that's what I was doing. And she shoves me against the wall, knocking me flat on my butt and threatens me. So I leave and call the police. I called my ex and he goes, call the police. I called the police and the police officer and I go up the elevator because we had the entire top floor of this building. And she meets us at the door with a fork. And as soon as the door opened, she didn't know there was a cop in there because I'm standing at the door and he's standing to the side. She goes, he tried to stab me with the damn fork. She did. She went batshit crazy on me. And I was like, oh, Lord, we're in trouble. What's this? Okay, I'll read that in a second. So anyway, the cop came out and arrested her. Well, he restrained her. And then he said, "Are you the owner of this?" My husband is. He goes, "No, but you're not on the lease." No. Who signed the lease? My husband and her. Okay. So you don't have a say. She could take anything she wants out of here. Technically, I could have taken all of his cameras. I mean, the cop couldn't stop me, is what he was saying. This is a civil matter. But they charged her with attempt assault on me. Guess what day that hearing was? Do you want to talk about bad timing? The hearing was May 14th, the day before my wedding, which is a Friday, which is the rehearsal dinner. So my then fiance, my matron of honor, and I are sitting in the Bexar County courthouse all freaking day, dressed in what we're going to wear to the rehearsal dinner. So she's sitting there with her husband. By that time, we're not talking. And my ex-boyfriend shows up with a VHS tape in his hand, thinking, I have no idea what I know now, I didn't know back then. And so we're sitting there, and finally the DA talks to me, talks to her, asks me to go outside. We go outside, and the DA says, "Look, we're gonna keep charging. This is gonna be charging, but would you be okay if it's not kind of like asking, but just kind of semi asking in form about her offering her a deferred adjudication with 1 year probation, and us being done with this. And I said, I don't want anything to do with this. And he goes, it's better if we do that because you're moving. You're not going to live in this town anymore. You're not going to have any contact anymore. I said, that's fine, but just make sure that she's got a restraining order against me until this is all done. And he goes, no problem. Okay, you may leave. Well, we left because he knew. We told him we had an hour to get to our wedding rehearsal and then the rehearsal dinner. I'm getting married tomorrow, boo. And so we left. She got a year probation, all for over a damn printer. I was not going to let that printer go. I had it forever, and it was one of the best photo printers I ever had. I had several thinking they were better, and that was the best one. But then my ex-husband now, but fiance at the time, and I were talking, and my wise matron of honor, who was much older, she was in her mid 60s at that time and wise, said, have you all considered hiring a security guard for your wedding? And we're like, no, why? Why should we hire um a security guard for our wedding? And she goes, because they may show up and give you some trouble. And he and I looked at each other, and his mother used to work for DPS, and she was an executive secretary. She knew a lot of people. So we ended up hiring sheriffs and two sheriffs and a state trooper off duty to stand guard at our wedding. And no shitting you, I am standing, and this is a big regal church, okay? So it was nice. And you have the foyer, so I'm standing in the foyer with a Royal Cathedral train, which means it was only a foot to 2 feet shorter than Princess Di's train. And it was rolled up. It was too long for that space. And I had women there waiting to fix it as I walked. My dad and I are standing, waiting for the doors to open, and we could hear the of the doors behind us. And we're like, I mean, I heard the rattle, but I didn't think anything too much of it. I thought they were just people late. And we walk down the aisle, the wedding happens, and then between the pictures and going to the reception, which at the same place, um, we get the security guards come up to us and they go, well, it was a beautiful ceremony. And I said, yeah, too bad we didn't need you. And he goes, oh, but you did. They had tried to come in the main doors. They meaning the woman and her husband and my ex and the ex boyfriend. What he had, he became friends with them. We were all friends at one point in time. He said he had a DVD or a DVD, not a DVD, a VHS. Y'all don't know. Some of y'all don't even know what a VHS is. But he said he had a VHS of me stealing money out of a safe out of our home. And I was like, number one, we never had a safe. Number two, I never took any money out of anybody's wallet. So, but anyway, they tried to get into the wedding, and the security told them, you take one more step, you're getting arrested, because they were notified. They were notified by the court that they were, restraining order. Jean had one, the woman. The husband and my ex didn't have anything to do with that. So they apparently left, but only to find out that we also, since we had 3 of them, we had 2 at the front and we had 1 standing, because there's an outside door to where you can get into the reception area. You could walk the long way through the church, or you can walk a short way around. And so that's what happened. They tried to get into the reception. They wanted to get in and disrupt the wedding. And I was like, really, people? That's a nightmare, y'all. You're right. That was a nightmare. At least I don't have to worry about this time. I have no worries about this time. It's going to be a beautiful wedding. I have 2 months to get a wedding pulled together. And we bought our first part of our decorations yesterday. Friday, I'm going dress shopping. Y'all, I'm terrified. Yeah, I know, no information. I am terrified to go dress shopping. Oh. So, anyway, that's my story and I sticking to it. But I will tell you. Good morning, Mary. I will tell you the look on the face of that woman, her name is Jean. The look on her face when she realized the cop was standing there after she tried to stab me with a fork was priceless. Absolutely priceless. I could not have enjoyed it anymore. June, I love your Wednesday. I love that girl. I'm going to share this. This just makes me so happy. I could never do this dance, but every time I see this, I get the biggest chuckle out of this. Always get a chuckle. She just looks so cool doing it. Wednesday's here. Happy hump day. Hump day. Happy hump day. Yes, this is our Discord that I'm looking at. Now, y'all can't see all these cases because these are closed, but this is y'all's part up here. So, yep. Happy hump day, y'all. Seriously, happy hump day. Um, let me get us back on the live feed. I almost wish the fan was moving, y'all. I know it's horrible, isn't it? Almost wish the fan was moving. Uh, yeah, it's been quite some time. We have no update, so something big is happening. All right, you guys, let's see. I'll put up a poll. Hopefully I did. Yeah, I did. I misspelled a lot. How can I do that? I'm such a dork. I am such a dork. I'm there we go. We got to pull up. There was, but I don't think to this severity. I don't think to this level. I think that whatever's going on here is big because it didn't take this much time. See how this little man sits on your tea? Mm. I actually like him more sideways. Mm. No, I do know that the ballerina trial, whatever her name was, um, there was a juror that went into a restaurant and there was a TV on and it was talking about the trial. He asked them to turn it off. And one of the people that used to come on this channel involved themselves by saying, talking to the judge or the not the judge, the bailiff. So yeah. Come on, fix it a little more. There we go. So we are all patiently waiting. I know, don't they? They all blurred together. I know I'm replacing it. Just get over yourself. They all blurred together. You are so true. Our bingo cards, I'm going to go over that in just a split second. just so we can see what's on the bingo card. Delete. Where's my bingo? I thought I had my bingo card up. 11. Help. Remove. Okay, our bingo card today has, if we make it even to court today, has I'm double checking information while I'm doing this. Sorry. They had to leave the entire second floor. They could not maintain on the second floor. Something's huge. Okay. Glass on bumper DNA item number, Miss Gilman. Who's Miss Gilman? Correct? Do you have any understanding? Not my question. Good morning, Your Honor. Time matter. We will come back. That's already there. We'll be back. Were asked differently, right? Move on. We will come back. You have that twice on there, Miss June. Data, what if any, broken glass objection, true and accurate words matter. You have time matter, words matter. Evidence log, drinking glass, chain of custody. So you get a free space. Miss June, I got to say thank you so much. You have been fabulous for making these for us. I will be blessing you as soon as I can. Really depends on the different defense requested or not. Due to the jury being sworn in, the defense requested could be and only be better if it was prejudice. If the CW request it, the trial would be over because the double jeopardy would attach. I don't know, to be honest. I don't know, to be honest, whether or not Auntie Bev will declare mistrial. She's the one with the Commonwealth asked for present video. I was asleep. Okay, I'm going to bring this up. Let me get my bingo card where it belongs. I have to, so just so you know, guys, look, I have 1, 2, this is a whole, this is a half a page. Then I have another half a page. Then I have another half a page. And then, of course, I have Miss EDB up here for some reason. Okay, so June, if you do another bingo card, can you put snarky on there for me, please? So I got to find a home for all these little pages. I could use one more screen. Okay, where was that you sent me? June, you sent something to me. Is this it? No, not what I'm looking for. Member chat, member drop off. Nope, that's not it. Everybody says 100% no. Well, it depends on how bad it is. I don't know what was I looking for? I was looking for something. I can't remember now. RA brain. We are still waiting for this to continue. Thank you very much. There we go. Okay. So you can see how I bring it from over here. So I'm looking at you instead of turning that way. Y'all have no idea how much wiggle around. Michael Taylor Meehan, criminal defensive judge in Encino, California. This is California. There's no limit. A mistrial means that there was no verdict. So until the prosecutor decides to stop trying the case, they can continue to go to trial. It's unfortunate, but unless a jury agrees, they can keep trying. The judge can determine that no reasonable jury could reach a verdict or there's insufficient evidence of a verdict. The direct a verdict of not guilty or dismiss the case, but the judge tries to stay out of this. Is it fully charged? Okay, now let's see if I can get it to connect to my phone. I've lost my good watch. I don't know where it is. I don't know where I laid it. Thank you, babe. The court won't step in. There is no limit to the number of times they can go to trial. But does it depend on the jurisdiction? That's California. Neuro oh my god, they've coined a new word, neurospicy. However, no people in my life who are, I accept everyone for who they are, and neurospicy brain. You know what? I like that. I'm neurospicy. Okay, I'm gonna get this back over here. I gotta leave the hump day. I gotta leave her dancing. See? Right there. I love it. I lost my watch too. I replaced it with one unclaimed baggage because I'm cheap. I don't know anything about an unclaimed baggage. Never done that. I'm terrified I will get nothing but crap. This one's got a crack on it, but it's still a very good it functions beautifully. Um, is it now functioning? Did it finally download and do what it should do? Depends on the number of jurors dismissed. Exactly. It may have to be declared because it may depend on how many jurors. I don't like that watch face. Yeah, that's kind of cool. It's an old fashioned look. Let me check this. I got an email alert.
well, thank you, Ada.
Oh, why you're welcome. Oh, okay. Let's see. Did it hit my account yet? Let's see. Nope, not yet. Yay. That just told me I got my payment. Depends on the number of jurors dismissed. If you need to get some stuff done, Ada, we can wait. It isn't nothing happening right now. I'm all good. I don't have coursework. I like it. I have tons of Apple Watches. Oh, well, that's good. That's good to know. Well, luckily, this watch, it does have a crack in it, but when you're looking straight at it, it doesn't it doesn't show them. But I do need to set it up eventually for some of my alerts. What's good about this watch is it um it helps with my hearing aids. When I have it set up, I can use the volume up and down on my the volume up and down on my watch to control the volume and everything on my hearing aids. And that is so freaking amazing. But I have to set it up. And I can't remember how I did that. So I'll have to do that. So, and I love these soft bands. It's just a Velcro. They're not expensive, but they're soft. And what's also nice about these, if you go swimming or you're out a lot, this particular band dries quickly. Love it. I appreciate that, Jason. I really do. I think what I might do is look up some funny YouTube videos, funny court moments in YouTube. How about that? Everybody is Karen Reed, Karen Reed, Karen Reed. Virginia Democratic Representative Gary Conley has passed away at the age of 75. Oh, this will be good to watch, y'all.
Supreme Court has just denied the 11th hour attempt by an Indiana man on death row. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I'm Bob Donaldson.
And I'm Chelsea Helms. Benjamin Ritchie will be put to death at 1 a.m. That is for the September 2000 murder of Beech Grove police officer William Toney. Tonight, the Supreme Court ruled that his execution can move forward. Justices Sonia Sotomayor and Ketanji Brown Jackson both disagreed and did want to review Ritchie's case, though Governor Mike Braun has refused to stop the execution.
CBS 4's Russ McQuaid was on the scene that night. Officer Toney was killed almost 25 years ago. He joins us tonight from outside the prison where Ritchie awaits the fulfillment of his sentence. Russ?
And good evening, Bob. You know, with the media excluded from witnessing Ritchie's execution, the Indiana State Prison here in Michigan City is on an even tighter than usual lockdown as we all anticipate the hour when the judge's order will be carried out. If the Indiana Department of Correction is following its past procedure, it's believed that Officer Toney's family and their supporters would have been inside a conference room inside the prison for at least an hour now, waiting to be escorted to the building that houses Indiana's death chamber. Ritchie's attorneys and spiritual advisor also are likely on the scene. While I can't tell you exactly what is going on inside tonight due to an information blackout by IDOC, I can tell you from covering other executions what the routine has been in the past. Chances are Ritchie was escorted from his cell on death row before noon and taken to the death house, where he was placed in a small cell next to the execution chamber. He would have been fed his final meal during the afternoon. While in the cell, he would constantly be in the presence of a corrections officer while accepting visitation from a clergy member or spiritual advisor and his attorneys. A phone would be made available should he decide to make any calls. There's also a hotline open and tested for the warden and other prison authorities to remain in constant contact with the governor's office and the Indiana Attorney General's office should there be any last-minute developments. As the clock clicks closer to midnight Central Daylight Time, Ritchie will say his goodbyes and be left to await an escort to the death chamber, where he will be secured to a table, an IV inserted into an artery, followed by the introduction of the lethal dose of pentobarbital by a paramedic. There are two physicians in the room, one an Indiana Department of Correction physician, another an independent doctor, ready to stand by and pronounce the time of death. Ritchie has been granted 5 witnesses to his execution. The Toney family has a maximum of 8 seats in the room. When it is over, an IDOC employee will deliver us a written statement that will also be posted on the department website, but won't take any questions. The IDOC execution team is made up of volunteers. They come from facilities all around the state of Indiana. Their identities perhaps not even known to other staff members. Leading up to this, they were practicing about once a month, and then in the last month, once a week, to make sure that this execution comes off as clinically clean as possible. We should know by about 2:30 in the morning, Indianapolis time, about the final word on the execution of Benjamin Ritchie. Bob and Chelsea?
Well, Russ, as we mentioned, you covered this story when it happened almost 25 years ago.
Yeah.
Even if an execution does happen tonight, it does not really bring closure to the Toney family, does it?
No, it really doesn't. And I can tell you from being out there that night, it was chaotic, there was panic, there was anxiety because an officer had fallen and his killer was still on the run through those neighborhoods. And for several hours, as the hunt was on, nobody could find him. They didn't know if he was holed up with a friend. They didn't know if he was holding somebody else hostage. They didn't know if he was going to leap out from behind another building and ambush some of those officers and state troopers who responded to that neighborhood. He was taken into custody the next morning. And Bob, you'll remember, we were interviewing him within a couple days inside of the Marion County Jail, where he essentially admitted what he'd done, and at that time showed no remorse.
A case that's literally been going on for decades. Russ McQuaid live in Michigan City tonight. Russ, thank you for that report. We'll have updates on CBS4Indy.com.
I'm back. Had a customer come in, bought some Ollie tea. That was very nice of them. I really appreciate it. I do sell the tea here. This is we have it on our shelf in our store. So that is why dismiss. Hold on. So let's say he was put to death. He was unalive. Matthew Johnson was last night. Oliver Smith is torn. This will be 3 days that an inmate has been executed, and more are coming. Yes, I've heard. Oh, we got fan. So we got movement in the courtroom. Is that how they announce to us now that we have court? The fan moves. It's alive. Celine Dion, not Celine. Celine Dion has come alive. Hallelujah. We've got movement. Oh, Celine Dion is with us. Okay, so there we go. Okay, so 90%, 92% of you said no, there will not be a mistrial. But I wonder. You guys, I am so scared. I am royally thinking about law school. And I'm scared to death. Attention, attention, the fan's been turned on. And watch us wait another hour. But at least it's movement, We got movement. Let me refresh this over here and see. Someone said, show my setup again. You are welcome. I shall. And as you can see, I'm moving things across these screens. I really could use a fourth screen. After an hour and 20 minutes, the court officer tell reporter we can return to the courtroom. Defense attorney Alan Jackson, Elizabeth Little are chatting at the defense table. Special prosecutor Hank Brennan was just at the podium flipping through the binder. The O'Keefe family files in. No judge or jury yet. We'll see if there's an actual exclamation as to what happened. Let's see. It's alive. The fan is alive. So somebody asked what this little monitor up here is. This is my switcher, which is this device with all these little buttons that light up like RAs. So I can just push a button and switch from device to device. And this camera up here tells me camera 1, camera 2, camera 3, camera 4, whatever. It shows my cut screens.
it shows at the very, very top corner. When I turn it on, I'll go on air and go. And why is it not showing on air? Okay, I'll do it later. But so that's that. So if I have to cut away for some reason, I can throw that up there. So if something massive happens, I can go boink. I don't know why that is not. The stream is on. Anyway, I don't use the on. Oh, the fan is slowing down. But that is what that does. So it shows me what camera, so I can preload if I have a computer connected. My iPad's connected right now, so that is that view. That's the front of that's one of our cameras in the shop. I can see who's coming in the front door. But whatever's on the iPad would be up there. Camera number 5 normally is also my switch. Sometimes I'll play live on Animal Crossing, which
All right,
Animal
so
Crossing.
jurors, I still have a couple of questions for you. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? And we've discussed the other 2 questions, but I do need to stress for you that it's very, very important that no one discuss this case. Don't let anyone
That was the
talk to
issue.
you about the case, no comments about the case. You've seen how hard the lawyers have worked to pull this case together for you, and everybody's given it so much time. So please, let's make sure that we follow that. That means each other. So with that, I know we're late getting started.
So that tells me right there that there was discussion between each other about this trial. Somebody was talking and somebody reported it, and they were having to decide whether or not they needed to remove the juror or not, or what was going on. So there's not going to be a mistrial, but boy, that got my juices flowing this morning.
Today, only 30 minutes and abbreviated breaks. So no morning break. We're going to start now and go till 1. All right, Mr. Brennan, and we're taking a witness out of order. I apologize. We've got a witness here. Sometimes we take witnesses out of order. Ms. Hanley will be back later for the rest of her testimony, but we've got a witness here that we'll call out of order. Thank you. Mr. Brennan, thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Wolf.
Woo! Dr. Wolf! Dr. Wolf! Dr. Wolf! What are we on? 32, I think. Boy Dyer. Okay. /32, I believe. We've had him up here for Boy Dyer.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your first name and last name for the court reporter?
Sure. My first name is Isaac, A-I-Z-I-K. It's phonetic. Last name is Wolf, W-O-L-F, like the real thing.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a brain surgeon.
Is there a special part of medicine that you study?
Neurology.
My main interest in brain surgery is brain tumors and trigeminal neuralgia. But I also specialize in movement disorders. I do pediatrics and adults.
Are you an active working neurosurgeon?
I am very active working neurosurgeon. I get up every day at 4:30 in the morning to go to work, 5 days a week. I take call 300 days out of 365 days a year.
Did you work yesterday?
Yes, I did.
What type of work did you do yesterday?
I did 2 brain surgeries yesterday.
Are you working tomorrow?
I have 4 surgeries scheduled for tomorrow, which is why this is a little bit delayed for me, and I have 4 on Friday.
And what type of surgeries do you have tomorrow and Friday?
I have 3 brain tumors, 1 trigeminal neuralgia, and on Friday I have 4 patients with movement disorders.
You're here today as a witness. How much of your practice, how much % of your income is from being a consultant or a witness for a case?
Probably less than 1%. I don't do this for a living.
I want you to take us through some of your education and background. Could you share with us where you went to medical school and where you graduated from.
I went to Yale Medical School. I graduated summa cum laude.
Whoa.
Is that in 1981 that you graduated?
Correct.
After medical school, did you begin internships in medical residency?
I did an internship at Hennepin County Medical Center, which is a trauma center in Minneapolis. I then did 5 years of neurosurgical residency at the University of Minnesota.
And was that in Minnesota?
Correct, in Minneapolis.
Is there something about that hospital that has some specialty?
It was one of the #1 training centers for chairmen in neurosurgery at the time.
Did
He's a
you,
smart cookie.
in your residency and in your fellowships, do any work or study in pathology?
During your residency as a neurosurgical resident, you do 6 months in neurology, you do 3 months of neuroradiology, you do 3 months in pathology, which includes autopsies on brains. And then you do rotations through a trauma center as a chief resident, through a VA hospital, and then ultimately at the university hospital for elective cases. We also do 6 months of pediatric neurosurgical residency.
Did you do a fellowship at New York University?
Yeah, at NYU, I did a fellowship before I went to the University of Maryland as a professor in brain transplantation. The interest was in using cells to create dopamine centers in rat brains with the concept of Parkinson's being curable with transplantation.
I'd like you to take us through some of your faculty positions, and so you can share with us some of the progression of your training and experience. And did you begin at the University of Maryland Hospital?
Yes. In 1987, the University of Maryland recruited me to start their epilepsy surgical program and skull-based program. And then part of our responsibilities as assistant professors was to cover shock trauma.
Could you explain for us what shock trauma means and whether the University of Maryland Hospital was a shock trauma hospital?
So the University of Maryland and shock trauma were actually two separate entities when I started. A man named Cowley had basically developed the concept of the golden hour. So prior to Dr. Cowley, most trauma was just taken locally. That meant as a community hospital, if a patient had been in a motor vehicle accident, they needed an orthopedic surgeon, they had to call the orthopedic surgeon in, could take 15 minutes, could take 3 hours. The same thing for a vascular surgeon, the same thing for a neurosurgeon. Dr. Cowley came up with the concept that you needed a center that was strictly for trauma and every attending had to be in the hospital 24/7. So that was the concept of shock trauma back in the 80s. When I got there, we were transitioning from a very small center to a 125-bed hospital that was completely committed to trauma.
In that experience, in the years you worked there, did you have an opportunity to treat a number of people with brain injuries?
We treated well over 100 patients a year, a month basically, with brain injuries at shock trauma, along with spinal cord injuries.
Did you perform surgeries in different types of brain trauma and brain injuries?
Yes.
After
saying-
Maryland in
I gotta preface
1993,
it.
did you move?
I have to say this. I am very much in support of doctors. I was married to one. But I will tell you this. His specialty is not autopsies and determining cause of death. His specialty is not that. So, y'all need to understand I'm going to be very harsh on this witness when it comes to that. His specialty is neurological problems with the brain while living and not trying to fix them. And he's going to have a lot of good knowledge, and I'm going to eat this up. But is he the appropriate witness for this trial? I don't think so.
Moved to Miami Neuroscience Center?
Yes. In 1993, I left academics. I went into private practice in Miami, and I started the Miami Neuroscience Center. We were the first private community hospital to have what's called the Gamma Knife. So we
I
were
know the Gamma Knife.
seventh-
That's amazing.
13th in the country. but the only one that was non-university based.
That's right.
And gamma knife radiosurgery is using radiation to operate on the brain.
So I'm going to hopefully make this real simple in case he doesn't. Gamma knife is like, this is your brain, your head, your brain's inside your sleep. Instead of cutting through the patient's skull, cutting the skin, flapping it back, breaking open the skull, removing parts of the skull, using a scalpel, it literally uses a beam of radiation and they can pinpoint it into the deepest part of the brain to perform surgery. So they use it, it literally looks like this. It's a beam, kind of like, it's the easiest way to describe it. I had somebody I know who actually had that surgery done, and it was simply phenomenal. I would have loved to have been sitting in a arena and watch that surgery gone live. That would have been freaking cool. I'm very medical.
Brain.
Are you presently the director of the Miami Neuroscience Center at Larkin Hospital?
Yes, I am.
Do you conduct a number of surgeries a year there?
Correct. So I spent 19 years at Doctors Hospital. Then we moved to Larkin Hospital 13 years ago, developing the new radiosurgical unit called ZAP, and also another fancy machine called high frequency ultrasound to treat the movement disorders.
You've noted that you have a number of professional memberships. I don't want to go through all of them. I'd like to point out a few. Are you a professional member of the American Association of Neurological Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member or fellow American of the College of Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member of North American Skull Base Society?
Yes,
And is that brain related?
it is.
Are you a member of the Society for Neuro-Oncology?
Yes.
Are you a member of over or at least 34 different professional memberships?
Yes.
In your career, have you engaged in research?
Yes.
Has that research focused or centered on brain injury?
Yes, it has.
Is some of your research as a principal investigator for THAM treatment of brain tissue acidosis in severely head injured patients?
Yes.
Did that research and as a principal investigator help you in your diagnosis and treatment of brain injuries?
It actually was in the treatment of severe head injuries, patients who were unconscious. The concept of trying to relieve the increased intracranial pressure that occurs from the injury and to increase blood flow, thereby increasing oxygen to the brain.
Did you also serve as principal investigator for research for the PEG SOD in severe head injury?
Yes.
Could you describe that very briefly?
Basically the same, one of the biggest problems in brain injury is the fact that blood flow ceases to exist as the brain swells up. And so one of the things we try to do is preserve the neurons by making sure that they have enough oxygen and blood flow to them. All these are agents that try to assist that.
I won't go through all of your research and principal investigator roles, but I want to ask you about one more. And that is, did you serve as principal investigator relative to the IRB protocol for brain pathology?
Yes.
And what did that do? What was that about?
It was about looking at what happens after a brain injury to blood vessels and tissue as the intracranial pressure increases in the brain.
Have you been part of publications of a number of different books?
Yes.
I won't list parts of all 16 books, but can I point out a few?
Sure.
Were you the author of a book chapter regarding head injury, difficult medical management?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on pediatric neurosurgical emergencies?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on complications of head injuries in adults?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter, imaging of craniocerebral trauma?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter in emergency room assessment of the head injury patient?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter, intracranial injuries?
Yes.
I won't list or ask you about the other book chapters that you've been the author of. Have you been involved in journal articles?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you just about a few of the 70 journal articles that you have published.
Your Honor, objection.
So go ahead and ask the question without a comment, please.
Were you an author of a journal article, Intracranial Pressure in Non-Traumatic Ischemia and Hypoxic Cerebral Insults?
Yes.
Were you the author of a journal article, Post-Traumatic Cerebral Infarction?
Yes.
Were you the author of the journal Fractures of the Clivus?
Yes.
Could you tell me a little bit about that paper?
We used thin cut CT scans to identify fractures of the skull base. Prior to this, prior to CT scans, it was very difficult to actually identify radiologically a skull fracture with plain X-rays. The idea was to see if we could identify them more clearly, and so we classified them and delineated them in the paper and discussed the outcomes that were relative to those type of injuries.
In the last journal article I'll ask you about, were you the author of a journal article regarding acute traumatic midbrain hemorrhage?
Yes.
Were you the presenter in a number of presentations regarding head injury and brain injury?
Yes.
You've listed 93. I'll ask you just about a few. Were you a presenter in fractures of the clivus, clinical and radiographic features?
Yes.
Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Clivus.
Thank you. Were you the presenter in acute head injury?
Yes.
And a separate presentation, fractures of the clivus, classifications and clinical features?
Yes.
Do you lecture?
Yes.
Do you have peer-reviewed publications?
Yes. That was one of them.
Thank you. And are you heavily involved in clinical research?
Right now, my research is more based on radiosurgical techniques and outcomes.
Over your career and your study and your clinical experience, have you treated different types of brain injuries?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a number of different types of brain injuries?
Yes, we still treat them.
Were you asked to review materials relative to this case?
Yes.
And do you recall the materials that you reviewed?
Yes.
Could you share with us some of the materials that you reviewed?
I reviewed the chief medical examiner's assessment of the case. I reviewed pictures that I'm assuming the medical examiner took of the autopsy. And I reviewed the report from the forensic pathologist.
And before I ask you about your review of specific materials and your opinions in this case, is there a benefit to your clinical experience in studying brain injuries as opposed to the experience you had as a fellow simply with pathology?
Well, I think that for the jury to understand is a clinician understands the process from the time the injury occurs till the patient either leaves the hospital or dies. And it's a process. And as a neurosurgeon, I have a tremendous amount of experience with that, if that's what you're asking me.
Yes. And so, doctor, you reviewed a number of items of information in this case. Did you have an opportunity to review photographs of a laceration to Mr. John O'Keefe's head?
Yes, I did.
With the court's permission, I'm going to ask to display Exhibit 160.
Okay.
Dr. Wolf, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this photograph. Have you seen this photograph before?
Yes.
I want you to explain to us what you're seeing here and take us through the process of your observations.
Well, what we're seeing is an approximate 1.5 inch laceration with bridging tissue and contusions and abrasions. To us, that's just a classic blunt trauma injury. There's nothing other than just vanilla about it. This is what happens when soft tissue hits a solid ground. The skin tears apart a bit, but not through and through. As you can see, there's the bridging. You can see all the bruising or contusions and just the tear, a little bit serrated along the edges.
Thank you. If you could take that down. Dr. Wolf, as a result of that wound, did you have a chance to further look at information provided to you about the actual inside the skull of Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes, it was the pictures that I was reviewing showed a non-depressed skull fracture extending linearly through the clivus and into the frontal fossa of Mr. O'Keefe over the orbital roofs. He had fractures along the temporal fossa as well. So it was a classic linear basilar skull fracture.
Is basal skull fracture a characterization?
It's basically the base of your skull is what it encompasses. So the opening at the very bottom is what we call the foramen magnum that connects your brainstem to your spinal cord. And then as your brainstem goes up, it goes into the different skull areas that, talk about what we call the cerebral cortexes, your occipital lobe, your temporal lobes over here, and then your frontal lobes.
So can you walk us through what happens when someone incurs this type of injury to the back of the head, how it happens, and what are the next steps for a person?
So what happens is, you fall backwards, and the linear acceleration starts to take you back down with gravity. The skull hits the ground. It gets, in layman's terms, smashed a little bit. And then the brain moves forward as a response to that. And it moves forward because you're.
Okay, this is where concussions come into play. So you have your skull, in it is a soft, jello-y substance with liquid, for example. And if you fall down, it's going to hit to the back and it's going to slam forward. If you fall forward, it's going to hit forward and slam back. It's more of like a boom type effect. Boom, like this. So if you're falling back, it's going to hit and go forward. More of from what I've been told by my neurologist and the knowledge I have, we'll see how he equates it. A lot of people fall and hit their head on the back, but they have a lot more damage to the frontal lobe of their brain because that force comes back and then comes this way. It's the rocking back and forth. It's shaken baby syndrome. And that's where we get concussions. Now, I hope that whoever cross-examines him asks him, do you have to fall to get that kind of damage? Or what if someone is hit abruptly and their head comes forward and backwards with an object? We'll see.
You have cerebral spinal fluid, and because you have the deceleration, acceleration again. As it does, your skull, if you were to look inside your skull, it's like mini mountains along your temporal bones and your frontal bones. So the brain is being thrust forward at a fairly good speed, and it's getting bruised. You can think of it as if you took a hammer to your thumb. It's really turning black and blue. Those are the contusions. And so the temporal poles and the frontal poles are getting contusions because of that. At the same time, you have a space called the subarachnoid space. And I'm sure they're going to hear about the subarachnoid hemorrhage. And that space is it's very clear, thin membrane that covers all of your brain and all of your spinal cord. And normally, you really don't see it unless you open up the brain and you're operating. But when you either have a traumatic event like this where little vessels are pulling apart underneath that membrane, or for example, the classic, when you have an aneurysm burst, the space that the aneurysm bleeds to is the subarachnoid space. The other thing that occurs in trauma like this is you can get a subdural. So the dura is the membrane that covers the whole brain and also right down your spinal canal. And it's a very thin membrane that looks like very thin leather. And in that space between the brain and the dura can be a lot of veins that go towards a central vein called the sagittal sinus. And if those tear, you have a venous hemorrhage from, which is not arterial, so it's not quick, but that can develop into a subdural as well. If you tear a portion of your brain as well, and you get a little arterial bleeds, that could create a much faster subdural hematoma. And so when you look at the pathology, the autopsy of his brain, you're looking at a subarachnoid hemorrhage, you're looking at a subdural hemorrhage, neither one of them which was huge or would have required surgery, as well as the contusions that I described in his frontal poles, in his temporal poles, and then the original bang, which was in the occipital area. These are all findings that you would see on a CT scan and an MRI scan without requiring an autopsy if he had made it to the emergency room.
I want to take a step back at the beginning. You said that this laceration on the back of his head was caused by a fall. Could this be caused by a fall landing on hard ground?
Yes. I mean, like I said, it's a classic blunt trauma laceration.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether this injury, the laceration and the basal fracture, was caused by Mr. O'Keefe falling backwards on the ground?
My opinion is that that's what caused his whole injury.
The pattern of the laceration, do you have an opinion whether that is consistent with hitting the cold, hard ground?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we have sidebar on that, please?
So I'm sustaining the objection, so no sidebar.
Your Honor.
Do you have an opinion, doctor, about whether that laceration on the back of his head was caused by a particular movement?
Well, the only way he could get this kind of an injury was to fall backwards, hit the back of his head, and then the resulting, energy forces going into his brain and to his base of his skull.
Would that type of laceration require Mr. O'Keefe to have hit a line type or a ridge type object?
A ridge type of object?
Yes.
No, I mean, like I said, the tearing of the skin in that fashion, you could look it up, would be just a classic blunt trauma injury.
Is there anything about that injury that would suggest to you it had to have been something sharp or ridge-like to cause?
Objection, Your Honor. We again request kindly a sidebar on this.
All right, we'll come to that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a sidebar. All right. What he's saying is legit and good, and I don't have a problem with anything he's saying, but how him John O'Keefe falling backwards is not the only way those injuries could have happened. And that's a blunt force trauma does not mean falling back and hitting your head. It could be anything impacting the head. And with enough force, that brain is going to start moving around inside that head. And it can cause a very similar, if not the same, bruising and problem. So, in my humble opinion, which I'm not a doctor, I don't put myself to be a doctor, but I'm just saying, I question. Of course, he's going to opine, and he's going to share. He's going to talk about what the Commonwealth wants. They're paying him. So apparently, correction. According to the commentator on X, all jurors are present. They did rearrange them to separate the ones who were giggling earlier this week. Sorry for the misrepresentation. We are all good. Thank you for letting us know. Let us know. Thank you so much for telling us and keeping us updated. I greatly appreciate that. So, this has to do with some potential jury misconduct. Potential, I guess is the word we're using here. And why I've gotten on this silver polishing kick, I don't know. Angela, thank you so much for joining us. Everybody on X, Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube, thank you so much for joining. You are very appreciated, and you are very welcome here. Perfect timing. And I do not see the mother in trial
So as we were
today.
discussing, Dr. Wolf, you said this is a classic fall backwards. Is there anything about the pattern of that laceration that would suggest that there was a ridge or a line type edge that caused that wound?
Not necessarily.
And have you seen, in your experience, similar types of lacerations and breaks caused by falling on hard ground?
Yes, you can see that both in the occipital region. You can see it if patients fall on the, forehead. The skin tears, they're still bridging, and then they get bruises.
Some of your work was in Minnesota.
Correct.
Was it a colder part of Minnesota?
Very cold part of Minnesota.
you-
It's Minneapolis.
I'm sorry.
No.
Did you often see these type of injuries there?
Yes, I mean, we took care of a trauma center, Hennepin County. Very frequently, patients that are drunk fall down on ice sidewalks and could develop, lacerations in their head, epidurals, which are blood clots above the dura because they fracture a bone in the temporal area.
Yeah.
And they can get a bleed
Talking
from
and giggling and not
a
behaving.
fractured artery. And it happens when people are shoveling snow and have a heart attack and fall backwards. So there are various ways that people fall, resulting in head injuries and lacerations to their forehead or to different areas of their head.
Can somebody suffer this type of injury simply by falling backwards?
Absolutely.
You had taken us through the process of falling backwards and then talked about what happens to the brain. Can I ask you a couple detailed questions about that?
Sure.
When you explained that the brain upon impact then shifts forward and hits the front of the skull, is there a medical term for that process?
Well, the medical term is a coup counter coup injury. So the coup is when you first hit. In this case, it was the back of the head.
Counter coup is on the front of the head.
Summarized by the laceration in the back of the head and the contusions that the pathologist and the ME found in the back of the brain. And then the brain shifts forward, and as it's traveling at a certain velocity, because it's thrust forward on the floor of the base of the skull, it's getting bumped. And it's getting, again, you can think of it as a hammer hitting a thumb. It's getting black and blue in the areas that are sharpest.
Are there symptoms that result of the process coup counter coup?
This is clinically, it varies. I mean, you can go from anywhere from a simple concussion where you sort of are unaware of what happened, but you're still awake, you're confused, all the way to, ultimately being in a coma.
Can this type of injury, the coup counter coup, and what you see in the review of your files, could this type of injury happen from an attack by a weapon like a bat or a hammer?
Well, he did not have a depressed skull fracture. So any focal hit like that would more likely than not have caused a depressed skull fracture. Blunt trauma, the way he had, the assumption would cause.
What about if he's shoved or pushed into, let's say, a row of weights in a weight room and he falls and hits his head on them?
Cause the coup counter coup without a depressed skull fracture.
When
Just
the
saying.
coup counter coup process happens with the skull fracture, does anything happen to the front of the skull?
Can.
Well, you're asking me, does the rest, I mean, the forces, depending on how hard they are, can generate fracture lines all the way to the anterior fossa. So you can have fractures along the lateral temporal area. You can have fractures along the orbital roof. The orbital roof is very thin. And so those forces can go all the way to that area.
Did you see any sign of orbital fractures in Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, he had both the ME and the pictures taken, and the neuropathologist mentioned fractures of the orbital roof.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those fractures occurred?
From the trauma.
Could you just explain a little bit how that would happen?
Well, as he fell backwards and he struck his head, it was clearly at a very high speed generated by the gravity. The bone, depending on the quality of his bone, the density, then generated forces. There's a certain amount of lateral give, and then you get a linear force going forward. It drives all the way up the clivus and forward into the anterior fossa where his orbital roofs lay. And this is why people like this get what they call raccoon's eyes.
Do you have an opinion whether the brain itself could have caused the orbital fractures?
No. The brain is a soft substance. You could literally put your finger through the brain. We often operate on people fully awake. The brain couldn't possibly cause a fracture. The fracture was caused by the forces generated through that clivus, that middle bone in the middle of his base of the skull.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not the brain in any way could have caused these orbital fractures?
The answer is absolutely not.
In your study of the records and photographs and in your experience treating these types of injuries, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not a person would remain conscious or would be immediately unconscious after the impact of the ground?
Well, it's impossible to know whether he became immediately unconscious, but his injuries were very substantial. And it's more probable than not that at some point he quickly became unconscious and was unable to do functional activities.
What does functional activities mean?
The ability to
Playing in your
get
brain.
himself up and about would be one of the functional activities. The ability to call for help would be a very significant cortical function. And that's why I was talking about, that there's a variation on the theme from a simple concussion to a severe concussion like this.
If a person does not have functional abilities because they are rendered unconscious, does their body, could it still move?
Yes, this is the interesting thing about our brain. So the cortex, which is the top portion of your brain, can get separated from your brainstem functionally. And what happens then is that your body is not acting autonomically, meaning vegetative. So why does that happen? We think it's because as we were cavemen, and if a caveman became unconscious, as an animal came up to eat it, the animal would touch it. Well, you have these automatic movements. One of them is called decorticating, which is where you draw your arms like this and you throw your feet out. And then a worse neurological situation is when you decerebrate. Now you push your arms out along with your legs. And that would scare off an animal. So we think that over time, genetically, this is what happened to our brains in order to create these. But those kind of movements are not thought processes. In other words, your brain is not telling you, oh, you have pain, go ahead and decorticate or decerebrate. It's an automatic movement in response to pain.
I want you to take us back now to after the fall. Would Mr. O'Keefe, in your study and opinion, have died immediately?
No.
Can you share?
I don't.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I'll tell it. There is very few things that you head injury where you would die, quote, immediately. So if I took a knife and stabbed you in the back of your neck right below your skull and I drove it through your brainstem, you would probably die immediately. If I shot you below your ear and went through and through below your ear and shot through your brainstem, you would die immediately. But traumatic head injuries, you would not die immediately. It's a process. And it's a process of a combination of things. Brain swelling, which takes a while to develop. Decreased blood flow to your brain because you're getting swelling. And ultimately, death of the brainstem that controls your heart and your breathing. And so this is why there is a whole big issue about brain death. You know, when is someone brain dead? Because it's not instant and it can take a long time to be conceived. In these injuries that are very severe that we took care of, there was a high mortality rate. In the linear skull fractures, it was about 67%. But it took time for them to die. It could take days to weeks to months. And also, these people got to shock trauma. So it was a while, whether it was hours, before they were even starting to be taken care of. And yet they weren't dead yet. That's why I don't think it was immediate.
Was there any other observations you made about Mr. O'Keefe or his body that support your opinion that he didn't die immediately?
Well, the medical examiner took pictures of his periorbital area and diagnosed raccoon's eyes. So raccoon's eyes occur because there's leakage through the orbital fractures into the periorbital space. Normally, it takes about 24 to 48 hours to develop. It has been noted as early as 1 to 3 hours, which would make it not immediate.
Could we please have Exhibit 14? Dr. Wolf, could you share with us what you see here in this picture?
So right here, you can see the black and blue that sort of configures if he had his eyes open, like what we describe as raccoon's eyes, right? And that's not caused by direct trauma to his eyelids. It's caused by what I described as the basilar skull fracture, which went to the anterior fossa, which is right over the orbit here, inside with leakage of blood products into that periorbital area.
You mentioned that starts or takes at least 1 to 3 hours to begin.
Minimally, yes.
You take that down, please. If Mr. O'Keefe had been brought to a trauma center or emergency room, what would the process be in your experience?
Well, he would have been intubated if he wasn't intubated in the field. One of the first things you need to do in a head injury is control the airway. Why? Two reasons. One, you want to have enough oxygen going to the brain to feed it. And two, you want to keep your carbon dioxide down because that causes increased intracranial pressure if it elevates. So you want to constrict the blood vessels a little bit. Then he would have had a CT scan immediately in order to assess whether he has a surgical head injury, meaning he needs to go to the operating room to evacuate something or not. During that process, he's obviously going to be getting medication to decrease the brain swelling. And from there, you make decisions based on his neurological function and what you're, capable of doing to, spare the brain from the rest of the injuries that will result. One of the things that occurs with contusions is a great medical term is they can blossom, which means they can get bigger. And if they get bigger, they might require surgical intervention to decrease the pressure as well as the volume of the blood that's destroying brain. And so you do serial CT scans in these patients over time, anywhere from every 6 to 12 hours to on a daily basis, depending on what the case by case, production of blossoming is occurring.
You mentioned that about 2/3 of your patients who suffer this injury pass.
Correct. What we saw is that in the patients that suffered linear clavicle fractures, 2/3 of them ultimately went on to die, and 1/3 lived.
Is there commonality on how they pass?
One of the common reasons they passed is if they trapped a major vessel in one of the fractures, they would get a significant brainstem infarct, meaning a stroke, meaning lack of blood flow to a very significant portion of their brainstem. And so that was one of the causes of death that ultimately we understood. And then the others died from the increased intracranial pressure that drove the brainstem down through the foramen magnum.
Did you review any materials that talked about or identified Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature when he was treated?
As I recall, his core temperature was 80 when he was found.
Is that significant in the process and development of his injury from the moment he fell and hit his head until his ultimate passing?
Well, hypothermia, if you define hypothermia, it starts at 95 degrees. Your core temperature is usually about 98, 98.6. 95 is very mild hypothermia. When you get to 82 degrees, you're in severe hypothermia. What happens when you're hypothermic, and I'm a neurosurgeon, but I can tell you that you get into multiple organ failure. Your heart starts to have problems. It can have arrhythmias. You're not breathing. And ultimately, at hypothermia, you also become unconscious and go into a coma-like state. Below 80 degrees, you're probably going to die. So all I can tell you, it wasn't helpful that he had a significant head injury and that he was then found hypothermic.
Is it uncommon in your experience for people that suffer this injury to pass within 5 hours?
Well, none of the patients we treated died within 5 hours, but it also didn't mean that we didn't realize that they were going to be in a potentially vegetative state. When someone's hypothermic, you have to warm them up in order to establish a clinical status, meaning you can't declare someone dead with a temperature of 80. You have to warm them up slowly, appropriately, and then reevaluate where they are clinically.
I've asked you questions about whether you had an opinion about Mr. O'Keefe and when he died. I want to ask it in the form of a formal opinion. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether Mr. O'Keefe died immediately or within 15 minutes?
No, I don't think he died immediately. Neither the hypothermia nor this kind of head injury would kill you immediately in any clinical experience I have.
Dr. Wolf, thank you.
All right.
Let me have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sorry, welcome, Trail Watcher. Thank y'all so much. Okay, Alessi, let's see where
May I,
you go
Your
with
Honor?
the-
Yes.
Sorry for my being quiet. Those of you who know, I am in college and I had to fill out a document.
Morning, Doctor. I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting. Welcome.
Thank you.
Sir, can you just describe, you started to do it a little bit on direct, a typical day for you?
I wake up at 4:15 in the morning. I go to my center. I set up patients with frames for their either radiosurgical procedures or stereotactic craniotomies. I go home. I make cappuccino for my wife at 6 o'clock in the morning. And then I get back to work at 6:30 and move on. I have patients
Move on.
that I'm operating on, and I have patients that I'm seeing through the day.
What type of patients and what type of work? Just in a typical day. What are you doing? What type of patients and what do you do?
It varies. I mean, I see patients with brain tumors. I see patients with hydrocephalus, which is water in their brain. I see pediatric brain tumors. I see subacute and chronic subdural hematomas.
People have intracranial hypertension.
Post-traumatic. I see patients with strokes that are being misdiagnosed. I see patients with cancer, metastatic disease. I used to see patients with cervical problems. I stopped doing that 2 years ago. I mean, I don't know what else you want me to tell you.
No,
No,
you're
that's
not.
great. And is that typical day, typical of the type of days you've had for the past month, past few years? Is it generally, without specifics, is it generally?
Correct.
So none of your typical days, none of the past typical months have involved forensic pathology, have they? You haven't acted as a forensic pathologist in.
I am, if you could have asked that question, very straightforward. I am not a forensic pathologist. I'm a brain surgeon.
Right. And you don't perform autopsies, correct, sir? You're a brain surgeon.
Correct. In other words, I see more brains than the forensic pathologist.
Right. And is it correct to say?
Oh, snap. And did you see the look on his face? He's like, yeah, I know where you're going and I'm going to shoot you down. Oh my God. That was snarky.
The brains that you see are of living people?
Correct.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is to go to a different part of the head than was discussed, but sticking with the decedent.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the last word.
I'm sorry, with the topic is going to be Mr. O'Keefe, the decedent in this matter, sir. You testified about raccoon eyes. The medical term for that, sir, is ecchymosis, right?
Correct.
And ecchymosis, raccoon eyes, does not cause a laceration to form on an eyelid, does it?
No.
Are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration to the outside area of his right upper eyelid?
I am aware that the ME described that. Yes, sir.
Now, could, Your Honor, I'm going to, with Your Honor's permission, ask to publish what is already in evidence in a moment.
Okay.
Mr. Wolk,
What exhibit number, Mr. Alessi?
we're going to, 165, Your Honor?
Okay.
I agree.
Thank
with
you.
Ronnie.
Dr. Wolf, have you
I'm here for
seen
the snark.
this photo depiction before today?
I believe I have.
Is it correct that that injury on the upper right eyelid is caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of the head, again, namely the upper eyelid?
That's possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable that that injury was caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of his head?
Well, an easy answer to that would be is that that's not part of the periorbital ecchymosis.
Thank you, sir. That was exactly going to be my next question. This injury is unrelated to any of what you've been describing, the fall backwards, the force transfer inside the skull, the, as you described it, the dura, the cerebral spinal fluid, all of that dynamic that you so ably described on your direct examination. This injury has nothing to do with that, correct?
Correct.
Shame on snarky confidence. Yes, I'm in for the snark.
Thank you for answering my questions, Dr. Wolf. A pleasure again. No more questions at this time, Your Honor.
Any brief follow-up on that?
No, thank you.
All right, Dr. Wolf, you're all set, so you can get out of here.
Thank you very much.
All right. Mr. Brennan?
May we have a moment to inquire?
That was quick.
And one empty council, let's have our jurors feel free to stand up and stretch.
Hot trailblazer. Finding snarky remarks during this cross regarding someone's brain is not funny. It wasn't about regarding someone's brain that was funny. It was his demeanor with the snark that I was found funny. Random thought. What if those giggled jurors are actually future? I have no idea what that is. Okay. So we got a sidebar. And if you notice, Mother is not sitting in the pew today. I don't know why. I have no idea why. I'm giving my fiance a hell of a time over here.
So juries, you may realize that that went quicker than we thought.
Uh-oh,
So
we
we're
have a
ahead of
big
schedule, so we'll
conflab
take
over
that
there.
morning break that we had to take. So we'll take a 15 or 20 minute break.
So we're
All rise
taking
for the
our
court,
morning
please.
break
Jury
for about
please.
15, 20 minutes. Okay. So what I'm going to do, we're going to let them do. I thought I was going to go to the ladies' room because I could use a lady break. All right, we're still at sidebar. I'll keep it rolling. I'll be here back in about 3 minutes. I got to take a comfort break. Thank you very, 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 very much. Trial Watcher, we are a place where you can, as long as you're respectful, you can state your opinion, even if you disagree with us. We welcome different points of view. I have to say, I've been doing this for a year. And I think only 3 people I've had to remove from the channel for being disrespectful and disagreeing disrespectfully. So as you can find out, I don't know how much you know about me, but know that your different opinion and point of view is very welcome here. And we appreciate it very, very, very much. So let me see what you're saying here. Aaron, you must be in the medical field. Hey. Let me see. I find snarky remarks during the cross regarding someone's brain is not funny. Okay. Was I making the snarky mark or him? If I offended you, I apologize. Been a long trial, and sometimes we try to be a little lighthearted. Random. Okay. Oh, I don't disagree with it. I'm glad she was not in the room at that time. Trial watcher, you are allowed to feel that. No, not everyone else has that. We can agree. Trial watcher, you're welcome to feel that way. I'm not upset with you. You're welcome here. If I offended you, I apologize. I I will be honest, I can't please everyone. But, you know, the thing about the thing that frustrates me, and I'll be honest, the thing about what frustrates me is the fact that yes, thank you for stopping by. Um, the thing mods, go to mod chat, please. Come on, get in my own little world here. So, well, it's not that I'm gonna call them a troll, they just may not like my channel. And I'm not for everybody, and it breaks my heart because I wanna be as open for everybody as possible. I'm trying to think what snide remark did I make? I mean, he's the one that got a little snidey, the physician did, um, by bringing up, what did he say that I can't remember now. That was so snide marky, but anyway, um, oh, maybe about the gushiness of a brain or something. Our brain is it's almost like a thick ragra is the best way I can describe it. It's mushy. You can easily just squeeze it and destroy it. It is really weird. Not everyone is a troll. I don't disagree. So, um, it does have to be handled extremely delicately. But I did appreciate the candor. I did not appreciate I just felt like he knew who he was there for, and he was trying to get ahead of the game. Um, and he's being paid by the defense to be there. I mean, the prosecution to be there, so he's gonna be for the defense. And that's what he's going to testify to. But, to me, this is a meh, meh. Um, I expected more bang for my buck on this one. I'm gonna go back a little bit. I wanna go back to the recross. Let's see if I went back far enough.
And so this is why there is a whole big issue about brain death. When is someone
Marshmallow
brain
brain.
dead? Because it's not instant and it can take a long time to be conceived. In these injuries that are very severe that we took care of, there was a high mortality rate. In the linear skull fractures, it was about 67%. But it took time for them to die. It could take days to weeks to months. And also, these people got to shock trauma. So it was a while, whether it was hours, before they were even starting to be taken care of. And yet they weren't dead yet. That's why I don't think it was immediate.
Was there any other observations you made about Mr. O'Keefe or his body that support your opinion that he didn't die immediately?
Well, the medical examiner took pictures of his periorbital area and diagnosed raccoon's eyes. So raccoon's eyes occur because there's leakage through the orbital fractures into the periorbital space.
True.
Normally, it takes about 24 to 48 hours to develop. It has been noted as early as 1 to 3 hours, which would make it not immediate.
Could we please have Exhibit 14?
So that's why boxers get the big black eyes because of the orbital, I can't say that now. Orbital, okay. The eye socket, eye bones around the sockets or the inside being hammered with a fist.
Dr.
Yeah.
Wolf, could you share with us what you see here in this picture?
So right here, you can see the black and blue that sort of configures if he had his eyes open, like what we describe as raccoon's eyes, right? And that's not caused by direct trauma to his eyelids. It's caused by what I described as the basilar skull fracture, which went to the anterior fossa, which is right over the orbit here, inside with leakage of blood products into that periorbital area.
You mentioned that starts or takes at least 1 to 3 hours to begin.
Minimally, yes.
And it depends on how
Take that down,
severe.
please.
I mean, how severe that injury is. I mean, if it's extreme, it's going to start sooner.
If Mr. O'Keefe
You're right,
had
Aaron.
been brought to a trauma center or emergency room, what would the process be in your experience?
Well, he would have been intubated if he wasn't intubated in the field. One of the first things you need to do in a head injury is control the airway.
Yep.
Why? 2 reasons. One, you want to have enough oxygen going to the brain to feed it.
Yep.
And 2, you want to keep your carbon dioxide down because that causes increased
More brain
intracranial
juice.
pressure if it elevates.
So, yes, that is so true. We're at 29:41. I'm just double checking, making sure. That is so true. And first responders, well, actually paramedics and all them, that's the oxygen's first
Blood
thing on a
vessels a
head
little
injury.
bit. Then he would have had a CT scan immediately in order to assess whether he has a surgical head injury, meaning he needs to go to the operating room to evacuate something or not. During that process, he's obviously going to be getting medication to decrease the brain swelling.
Ton of
And from
prednisone,
there, you make decisions
steroids?
based on his neurological function
prednisone, steroids.
and what you're, capable of doing to, spare the brain from the rest of the injuries that will result. One of the things that occurs with contusions is a great medical term is they can blossom, which means they can get bigger. And if they get bigger, they might require surgical intervention to decrease the pressure as well as the volume of the blood that's destroying
Putting a hole in your head and put a pressure valve in.
brain. And so you do serial CT scans in these patients over time, anywhere from every 6 to 12 hours to on a daily basis, depending on what the case by case, production of blossoming is occurring.
Yep.
You mentioned that about 2/3 of your patients who suffer this injury pass.
Correct. What we saw is that in the patients that suffered linear clavicle fractures, 2/3 of them ultimately went on to die, and 1/3 lived.
Is there commonality on how they pass?
One of the common reasons they passed is if they trapped a major vessel in one of the fractures, they would get a significant brainstem infarct, meaning a stroke, meaning lack of blood flow to a very significant portion of their brainstem. And so that was one of the causes of death that ultimately we understood.
Oh my God. That is so priceless. I mean, that is so, oh my God. Okay, I want to get to it. Let's see. I need a sound bite of that. We're not an airport. We don't need your departure. No need to announce your departure. We're not an airport. Oh my God. I I got to screenshot that just for that alone. Oh my God, that is brilliant.
I stick for my wife at 6 o'clock in the morning.
All right, I got to hear that.
Obey for
What?
you.
I wake up at 4:15 in the morning. I go to my center. I set up patients with frames for their either radiosurgical procedures or stereotactic craniotomies. I go home. I make cappuccino for my wife at 6 o'clock in the morning. And then I get back to work at 6:30 and move on. I have patients that I'm operating on, and I have patients that I'm seeing through the day.
What type of patients and what type of work? Just in a typical day. What are you doing? What type of patients and what do you do?
It varies. I mean, I see patients with brain tumors. I see patients with hydrocephalus, which is water in their brain. I see pediatric brain tumors. I see subacute and chronic subdural hematomas, post-traumatic. I see
Months have involved forensic pathology, have they? You haven't acted as a forensic pathologist in.
I am, if you could have asked that question, very straightforward. I am not a forensic pathologist. I'm a brain surgeon.
Right. And you don't perform autopsies, correct, sir? You're a brain surgeon.
Correct. In other words, I see more brains than the forensic pathologist.
Right. And is it correct to say that the brains that you see are of living people?
Correct.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is to
The U-Haul has left the building.
go to
Do we need a
different
U-Haul?
part of the head than was discussed, but sticking with the decedent.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the last word.
I'm sorry, with the topic is going to be Mr. O'Keefe, the decedent in this matter, sir. You testified about raccoon eyes. The medical term for that, sir, is ecchymosis, right?
Correct.
And ecchymosis, raccoon eyes, does not cause a laceration to form on an eyelid, does it?
No.
Are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration to the outside area of his right upper eyelid?
I am aware that the ME described that. Yes, sir.
Now, could, Your Honor, I'm going to, with Your Honor's permission, ask to publish what is already in evidence in a moment.
Okay.
Mr. Wolf,
What exhibit number, Mr. Alessi?
we're going to, 165.
We have
Your
another
Honor.
Wolf and a Wolfie. Oh, I
Thank
forgot the E on the end of his name. Oh, well.
Dr. Wolf, have you seen this photo depiction before today?
I believe I have.
Is it correct that that
Nope, it doesn't have
injury
any.
on the upper right eyelid is caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of the head, again, namely the upper eyelid?
That's possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable that that injury was caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of his head?
Well, an easy answer to that would be is that that's not part of the periorbital ecchymosis.
Thank you, sir. That was exactly going to be my next question. This injury is unrelated to any of what you've been describing, the fall backwards, the force transfer inside the skull, the, as you described it, the dura, the cerebral spinal fluid, all of that dynamic that you so ably described on your direct examination. This injury has nothing to do with that, correct?
Correct.
Thank you for answering my questions, Dr. Wolf. A pleasure again. No more questions at this time, Your Honor.
Okay. Any brief follow-up on that?
No, thank you.
All right, Dr. Wolf, you're all set, so you can get out of here.
Thank you very much.
All right. Ms. Brennan?
May we have a moment to inquire of our next witness?
Sure. And one of the council with our jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Okay, we're still on break. And I deleted something I got to redo, which is not what I want to do, but I'm doing it anyway. So everybody get up. Come on, wake up. We need to get some blood flowing. Okay, everybody, let's look at the bingo card. Let's see the bingo card. How are we doing on that? I need y'all to tell me because I don't know. Bingo card. The witness said his name is spelled like an animal. Yep, I got it. Nice coincidence that both sides would have an expert by the name of Wolf or Wolfie. That's correct. But please let me know. I need that to be centered. There we go. Then we can move that up, and then I can put another. That's what I want. So, crime lab forensic CL. I'm just going to abbreviate it CLFI forensic criminal lab forensic level 3. Okay. I'm setting up for our next witness. So what do we have? These are all the ones I've marked correct. We will. Okay. So do I need any other? Are we good? Are we good? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we good? My honey is doing dishes. He's so kind. Oh, I got a good one, y'all. And I'm keeping him. I got a good one and I'm keeping. Y'all can't have him. I'm trying to get the banner. That thing fixed for the next person. He's gone. We have that, and then we have, of course, outside of jury presence. So this is who's going to be next. But in the meantime, I'm going to take it down. Cancel. Okay, we're back to the proverbial fan. We are on a short break. Yay! I shall. And I said, move on. Take off, move on. I heard good morning, Your Honor. Didn't we have a good morning, Your Honor? Didn't we? I could have sworn we had a good morning, Your Honor. Someone help me with that. Confirm for me, please. Did we have good morning, Your Honor? Yes, she did. It really did. Okay, so we are in a court break. Okay, so take off. Good morning, Your Honor. So this is what I have. Yeah, I don't think she was prepared for it, to say the least. Oh, thank you for that. I did want to talk about, we got trials coming up in June. We got Brooke. I don't know how to say that. Lori Daybell's Brad Simpson status hearing. We will be following him, and Monica Simatilli sentencing. I'm looking forward to that Monica Simatilli sentencing. That's going to be brilliant. Brad Simpson status hearing. I'm for that. If we were not in actual court that day, I might make the drive to San Antonio and be there live. Yep. Yippers. So I definitely would love to be in the Brad Simpson trial hearing. He is in a federal court. The only problem is the court that he's in is the same court that my ex was in. So I've not been back to that courthouse since. Might be good for me to go get over some of the trauma. I tell you, it was traumatizing. Very traumatizing. But we's all good, y'all. I'm looking at what people saying. Okay, this is what Ted Daniel said. Just a classic blunt trauma injury. Let me move this up. Let me do a Jonathan Hall. All right, here we come. The jury's coming in. We hear the thump, 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 or I feel it. Can't hear it. I feel the thump, thump, thump.
Put back in session, you may be seated.
All right, may we have Ms. Hanley, please?
And again, thank you.
And ma'am, I'll remind you, you're still under oath and to keep your voice up. Thank you.
Good afternoon. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. And ma'am, if you could just please introduce yourself to the jury again, spelling your last name for the record.
Sure. I'm Christina Hanley. Hanley is spelled Hanley.
And Ms. Hanley, given the break, if I could just ask you a few questions just to reorient as far as the items that we were speaking about yesterday in your testimony. First, starting with the items of glass that you analyzed in this case. The first of those items was an item 3-2, is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you could, please describe for the jury, or please provide the jury with the description for that item that you received.
Sure. So item 3-2 was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges. And there was some dirt debris material that was noted on the exterior and interior surfaces.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Did you show counsel?
I see all these.
All right, thank you.
I gave Mr. Jackson my copy, yes, thank you. Showing you a photograph, Ms. Hanley, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
So this is a photograph that I took. It's item 3-2, but it's also, I would have to double check on my notes, but I believe it has item 7-12, one of the pieces that I'm holding that's showing a physical match between those two items.
You're on a call about the seek to introduce in the minutes of the next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay.
Exhibit 195.
And Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9490. Ms. Hanley, what's up on the screen? Is that the photograph that I just presented to you?
Yes, it is.
And if you could, please describe for the jury what we're looking at here.
So that is a photograph that I took upon examination. It is the clear glass cup item 3-2. And I'm holding another piece, which again, I believe it's one of the pieces from item 7-12. I would need to confirm in my file, but I'm showing that one of the pieces physically fits with item 3-2.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you two other photographs. If you could just look at those, look up when you're finished. And do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those as?
So these are photographs that I took of item 7-12.
Your Honor, come up, seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit A and B.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibits 196A and 196B.
And Ms. Hanley, if you could, just remind the jury as far as the physical description that you received in regard to item 7-12.
Sure. So item 7-12 consisted of some clear plastic pieces as well as 9 pieces of glass with broken irregular edges.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have first photograph 9476. And if you can enlarge that just a bit, Ms. Gilman. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is the photo that I took of item 7-12 as I received it. So there's the several pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9477. And if you can enlarge that just a bit. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Those are the same pieces of glass as in the previous photo, just a little bit more up close of the clear glass that was recovered and is item 7-12.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Ms. Hanley, as far as a comparative analysis between items in 3-2, the glass cup, and 7-12 regarding the glass pieces, what, if any, conclusions did you make in reference to your comparison between those two items?
Sure. So upon comparing those items, I did note that 6 of the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass had a physical match to item 3-2, the clear glass cup.
And if you could just remind the jury as far as a physical match, what does that mean?
So a physical match is basically if an item breaks and those items have broken irregular edges, if those pieces come back together like a jigsaw fit, then it's a physical match and they were at one time together as one larger unit.
Now, as far as each of those items within 7-12 had a letter associated with them, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall which of the 6 were a physical match for item 3-2, the glass?
I would just need to refer to my notes for the exact letters.
Sure, you can take your report out.
The 6 pieces of glass from item 7-12 that physically fit to item 3-2 were A, B, C, D, F, and K.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, let me ask you this first. I'm sorry. So, Ms. Hanley, during the course of this physical match analysis that you're conducting, are you memorializing that process with photographs as well?
Yes, I am.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm presenting you with 4 photographs. If you could review those and look up when you finish.
I'm Christine.
Sorry about that.
Of items 7-12 and item 3-2.
Now, the combo is introduced and admitted as the next exhibits, A through D.
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibits 197A through D.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9502, please. And Ms. Hanley, what's up on the screen? Can you please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
So this is one of the photos that I took of one of the breaks that physically fit together between item 3-2 and item 7-12.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9514. And again, Ms. Hanley, can you please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
Sure. So this is a photo that I took when I was doing my comparison of item 3-2 and several pieces from item 7-12.
Now, as far as the individual pieces had sort of little white stickers or labels affixed to them, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that something that you did, or is that something that when the items were provided to you was already done?
So item 7-12, I received those pieces with the labels already on them.
And again, those items, especially 7-12, had been with mixed veneer in your unit prior to coming to your table or your station, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9518. Again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
So this is another photograph that I took of the physical match. It's just another view of the items together of item 3-2 and several pieces from item 7-12.
And lastly, for this batch, Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9520. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
So this is another picture that I took of the items just slightly rotated of item 3-2 with a physical fit to several items or several pieces from item 7-12.
Ms. Hanley, is there a laser pointer on the desk in front of you?
Yes.
If you could, preferably using this screen just so it's visible for the jury, could you delineate where you see in this photograph item 3-2 and where you see the items associated with item 7-12?
So this right here is item 3-2. And these pieces up here are several pieces from 7-12.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, the other two items that you analyzed or examined in this part of your physical match analysis were items 3-3 and 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
And turning your attention specifically to item 3-3, if you could just remind the jury as far as the physical description of that item that was provided to you.
Sure. So item 3-3 was 5 pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges that were recovered from the bumper of the vehicle.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Single photograph, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
That is a photo that I took of item 3-3.
Your Honor, come on, seek to introduce in the minutes of the next exhibit.
No objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
Exhibit 198.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9446, please. And Ms. Hanley, in addition to the 5 pieces of glass associated with item 3-3, what else is depicted in this photograph?
This is a photo of the 5 total pieces that are from item 3-3.
And in addition to that, is there a ruler depicted in this photograph as well?
Yes, there is.
And what is the purpose of that ruler in the photograph?
It's there just as a scale.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that one down. And Ms. Hanley, the last of those items, 7-14, if you could just remind the jury as far as what was the physical description that was provided to you in reference to item 7-14.
Sure. So item 7-14 was a clear piece of glass with broken irregular edges that was recovered from the road.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Again, Ms. Hanley, just showing you a single photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize?
This is a photo that I took of item 7-14.
Your Honor, Como, seek to introduce in the minutes of the next exhibit.
No objection.
All right.
Exhibit 199.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9471, please.
So
And again-
the two screens don't match.
Oop. That'd be a problem. That'd be a big problem.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hanley, again, if you could just describe for the jury what is depicted in the photograph up on the screen.
This is the photo that I took of item 7-14.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. So, Ms. Hanley, in addition to the physical match analysis that you did between item 3-2, the cup, and 6 of the pieces that you found to be a physical match from item 7-12, did you also compare pieces from item 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude in your physical match analysis of those items together?
So upon examining and comparing item 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14, I had concluded that 6 of the 9 pieces of glass from 7-12 physically fit with item 3-2, and the remaining 3 of the 9 from 7-12 did not have a physical fit to item 3-2. I also compared item 3-2 and 7-12 to 7-14, but there was no physical match to item 7-14.
Now, in addition to that, did you also do a physical match analysis between item 3-2, the drinking glass, 7-12, pieces found from the roadway, and certain pieces from 3-3 from the bumper of the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude based on that physical match analysis between those items?
So upon examining and comparing those items, so there were 5 total pieces of glass from item 3-3. I used 2 of those pieces for physical match comparison to the items recovered from the road. Upon my examination, I did not, there was no physical match between those 2 pieces from item 3-3 to any of the pieces recovered from the road. So that included items 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14.
Now, as far as the 2 pieces that you had selected from item 3-3, do you recall which of those 2 lettered pieces you chose for your comparative analysis?
Yes.
And which were they?
They were pieces A and B.
And if I could ask, why pieces A and B versus other pieces?
So A and B were used for physical match. The remaining 3 of the 5 were not used for physical match comparison due to their size and condition.
Now, those same 2 pieces from item 3-3, pieces A and B, did you then do a physical match analysis between that and 7-14?
I did.
And what did you conclude from that analysis?
I concluded that there was no physical match between the 2 pieces from item 3-3 to item 7-14.
Now, did you also do a physical match analysis between piece E from item 3-3 from the bumper?
I did not. No, not a physical match examination.
Did you do any comparative analysis between a piece of glass E from 3-3 from the bumper and item 7-14?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude from that analysis?
So I selected piece E for further examination. I did microscopic examination as well as instrumental analysis, and I did the same microscopic and instrumental analysis to 7-14, and I compared the data, and I came to the conclusion that the piece that I sampled from item 3-3, piece E, was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties to the sample that I took from item 7-14.
If you could, Ms. Hanley, could you please explain to the jury when you say instrumental analysis? What is that? What does that consist of?
So the instrumental analysis that I conducted was on the GRIM instrument, which measures the refractive index of the samples. So after I had ran my samples for both item 3-3 and 7-14. I compared the data to determine whether they were consistent or not consistent.
And so when you say that something is consistent in instrumental properties, what does that mean?
So in this instance, they had consistent refractive indices.
Now, in addition to that comparative analysis for the glass items, what other additional examinations did you perform in this case?
Sorry, could you say that again?
In addition to items 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, and 7-14, what other items did you look at in this case?
So I also examined item 3-1 and item 7-18.18.
And what was the description provided to you in reference to item 3-1?
3-1 was a taillight, and there were also some other plastic pieces as well.
And taillight from the same vehicle as the glass from the bumper, correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
You have another single photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is the photo that I took of item 3-1.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in the minutes.
No objection. Thank you.
200.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9394. And Ms. Hanley, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 200?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This is the photo that I took of item 3-1.
And what's contained in here, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the item 3-1, the taillight housing, looked like when you received it?
Yes.
Now, as far as, and we'll get to this more a bit in a moment, but as far as any sort of comparative analysis that you did with any other item, what part of this taillight housing were you comparing to that other item?
So there were clear and red plastic portions of the taillight that appeared to be broken. So I sampled portions of the clear plastic as well as the red plastic on the taillight.
And just for clarity purposes, if you could with the pointer, as far as which of these pieces up on the screen were you sampling the clear and or the red plastic from?
So the red plastic that I sampled was from this area. It's a little hard to tell from here. I think I'd have to refer to my photo in my notes, but I think there were a couple of different areas that had clear broken plastic. I think this might have been one of the areas that was broken that I sampled.
And just for my purposes, really what I'm asking, Ms. Hanley, is the clear plastic that you used from item 3-1 was from the housing unit itself, the large piece, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, the other item that you were comparing this to was item 7-18.18. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was provided to you as the description of that item, 7-18.18?
So 7-18.18 was debris that was collected from two pieces of clothing from the victim.
And specifically, that would be 7-17, an orange T-shirt. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct, yeah.
Okay, as well as 7-18, a gray long sleeve shirt. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you say that item 7-18.18 contained debris, what did that debris consist of?
So the debris consisted of one clear piece of plastic, as well as several pieces of red plastic, among some other trace material.
Now, were there measurements taken of those items within the debris, specifically the clear plastic and the red plastic?
Yes.
And what were those measured to be?
I would just need to refer to my report for that.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so
I'm being
the
very
clear
quiet
piece
because
of
I wanna
plastic
hear
in
this, if you understand what I mean.
7-18.18, it measured approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. And then I measured the largest and the smallest of the red plastic pieces. And the largest piece of red plastic measured approximately 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch. And the smallest piece among those measured approximately less than 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch.
And so those particular pieces that you measured, about how small are we talking about?
So the largest for the red plastic, the largest piece measured, just for visual purposes, it's roughly like the size of a grain of rice. The rest of the pieces were smaller than that.
And who within the lab provided that debris in that taillight housing to your unit, to the trace unit?
So the debris from the clothing was transferred to my unit by Maureen Hartnett, and the taillight was submitted to the lab by Trooper Christopher Moore.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a series of 5 photographs. You could review those and look up when you're finished. Generally speaking, Ms. Hammond, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Those are the photographs that I took of 7-18.18.
I'm going to come up to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit, A through E.
No, sir.
Thank you. 201 A through E.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9352. And Ms. Hanley, what is depicted in this photograph on the screen?
So this is one of the photos that I took of 7-18.18. This is how I received the clear piece of plastic.
And is that a tin that it's encased in at the time that you receive it?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9355. And what is this, Ms. Hanley?
So this is a photo of the clear piece of plastic that was within that tin.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9364. And Ms. Gilman, if you could enlarge this just a bit. Maybe just a little more, please. Thank you. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the photo that I took of the debris that was collected from the clothing items.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9366. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
This is a photo that I took under a microscope of the red plastic pieces that I noted within the debris.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if we could have photograph 9369. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
This is a picture that I took of the red plastic pieces that I removed from the debris.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Ms. Hanley, in reference to your comparative analysis from item 3-1, the taillight housing plastic, to the clear and red plastic pieces of debris from debris from item 7-18.18, the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, what types of instruments did you utilize in this comparative analysis?
Sure. So after completing my examination, I utilized a comparison microscope as well as a polarized microscope, a FTIR, which is Fourier transform infrared spectrometer. And I also used a microspectrophotometer, also known as a microspec.
And what is a microspec?
So a microspec is an analytical tool that we can use to examine samples that have color. So it provides information on the sample's dyes and pigments.
And how is that utilized in your comparative analysis?
So I ran samples from both items that I was comparing, and I compared the data from those two items as a part of my comparative analysis.
And when you run that sort of data, can you describe for the jury sort of what that data looks like? Like what are you physically seeing when you're examining the data from a microspec?
So what we refer to it as a spectrum or just a graph. And when we do the comparison, we can overlay those spectra or graph to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
And I know you spoke a little bit about it in your testimony yesterday, but if you could remind the jury as far as an FTIR, what is that and how is that used in your analysis?
So an FTIR is another analytical tool that we can use. A sample is exposed to infrared light and it reacts in a certain way with that light. And what's produced is a spectrum of peaks and valleys that are representative and unique to your sample. And so that instrument was used to run samples from both items, and then the data was compared from both items.
Now, from your comparison of starting with the clear plastic from the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, from your comparative analysis of that clear plastic to the clear plastic from item 3-1, the tail light, what did you conclude?
So the clear plastic from the debris was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties to the clear plastic from the taillight. So accordingly, the clear plastic from the debris could have originated from the clear plastic from the taillight or from another source with the same characteristics.
And with reference to the red plastic from item 7-18.18 from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, in your comparison of that red plastic with the red plastic from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, item 3-1, what did you conclude from that analysis?
So the red plastic that I sampled from item from the debris from the clothing from 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, and instrumental properties with the portions that I sampled from the red plastic from the taillight. So accordingly, the red plastic from item 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic that I sampled from the taillight or from another source with the same characteristics.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if I could just hold on 1 minute while the sirens pass. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sorry, comfort break.
Mr. Lally. Luncheon break.
Entirely up to the court. I probably have another 3-4 minutes left.
I'm going to see counsel for 2 minutes, folks.
That sounds very fair. That sounds very, 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 very fair. That is awesome. Yay! Sidebar. So what are y'all's opinion on this glass? It was an itsy bitsy teeny weeny martini. Vodka martini. I don't know. Mama's back in the house. Mama is back in the house. You know, I love Discord, but these notifications are driving me nuts because I don't know if they're for me specifically. What? What did she say?
Like I told you earlier, we're ahead of schedule, so we will take a luncheon break. It will take an hour, so I know we'll take an hour. Okay, we'll see you back again. So, we're just going to follow. Sure.
All rise for the court, please. Yours, close your notebooks, follow me.
Okay. Okie dokie. So we are on a lunch break. I will take a lunch break. I was in the process of making something. So what are y'all's thoughts and concerns about the glass evidence? My thing is I want to know more about it. Got someone else coming in. All right, guys. Oh, that's my honey bun. Never mind. Who's coming in? My honey. My honey. Thank you, baby. He's getting my lunch going. So why can't I type? Oh, don't do that. Don't need to be demonetized for that. Could have originated doesn't mean that he did it. Well, yes. And the other thing that I feel about the glass is the point that, first of all, how can they prove that that glass was his, that it came from him and all that good stuff? How can they prove it? It doesn't prove where it came from. Thank you, beloved. It doesn't prove that He had it in her hand. She had it in her hand. There's no fingerprints on it. And it could have come from the house. It could have come from the bar. Where did it come from? That's what I want to know. Where did the glass come from? And since they did not, and I repeat, they did not do any investigation as to the glass that was in the house. They didn't do any of that. So how do they know where it came from? To me, the glass is a mute issue because there's no proof of who had when, where, what, how, and why. There is evidence that he did leave with the glass, or somebody did. There is evidence to that. But y'all, I'm downloading something. I don't either. It's like, oh, I'm sorry. To me, it just doesn't compute. It doesn't. Let's see if this works. I'm going to try something new. I'm trying something new. Just see how it works. Okay, that's great, but I need it to loop. There we go. Wonderful. Okay. There we go. I'm going to eat my lunch. We will be back. We will recap when I come back. 2 Eastern is 1 o'clock our time. Everybody enjoy your lunch. Please, 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 please. Take care of yourself. Get some stretches in. Move around. Get up, because I don't need anybody getting blood clots in their legs. My doctor kind of fussed at me about being so. I'm doing it to you. So we'll be right back. And like I said, we'll just, after I have my beautiful lunch, and we will enjoy some conversation. Thanks for watching. You gonna come sit with me, honey? mean, I was trying to log in and I was just fighting with it and I didn't want to mess with the thing. Thought we had Acrobat. Doesn't it come with it? How much you paying? How much are you? Glass can be implanted on shirts. Glass can be implanted on shirts. Especially when you have the debris from the taillight in the same vehicle as the clothing that are not properly stored. Which one? According to the law firm website, Alessi has a law degree and bachelor's from Albany College of Pharmacy and Health Services. He knows his shit. I've lost it out also. He goes, it's May, June. I'm like, they want more specifics, babe. This guy keeps me going on my toes, but he cannot. Boy, that's hot. Come on. Get it back into reality here. I'm not that white. I'm white, but damn, not that white. I love my honey bun. But he'll be sitting here and I'm talking to you and then he'll start answering like we're in a conversation. And a lot of that is good. I mean, he's got a lot of good input. He really does. He was a cop. He did go to law school for a year. And so there you go. I wanted to talk about this, but let me get the music off. Got to get the music off. There we go. I think what I kind of chuckled over and I kind of went off about is, I got to find it. According to the law firm website, Alessi is a law degree with a bachelor's from Albany College in Pharmacy and Health Services. So that was interesting. What I kind of got in a banter about, and I think this is what upset somebody, and I'm not making fun of people's brains, but Wolf said he's not a forensic pathologist, but says that means he sees more brains in a forensic pathologist. He sees more brains in a forensic pathologist, Wolf said. Dr. Wolf said. And Alessi noted that the brains he sees are living patients, not deceased. And I mean, I was all for that. That was, and when Dr. Wolf said it, he gave one of these little side smiles, kind of like towards the jury. He was kind of like, yeah, I said it. I said it. I see more brains than the pathologist. I almost would beg to differ. Because isn't it I think isn't it all autopsies they take the yeah, I thought so. I thought I was right. Every autopsy, they take the brain out of the skull and weigh it and look at it. Every autopsy. So that comment that he made in and of itself kind of made me chuckle. Oleski asked about the laceration on O'Keefe's right eye. I'm going to bring this over here so y'all can see. I don't need this here right now. Put it over there. So Alessi did ask about the laceration on Keith's right eye. Alessi showed an autopsy picture of the cut-like injury on O'Keefe's eyelid. Wolf says the injury is unrelated to the brain injury he previously described. Alessi noted the doctor. So Albany described those injuries. Okay. Alessi asked for a moment to look through the notes. Alessi concluded his cross-examination and thanked Dr. Wolf for his testimony. Brendan had no further questions. So that was 11:52. Let me see how long was he on the stand. So he was on the stand just less than an hour. Just less than an hour. Okay. I'm looking at I'm looking back before one of the jurors with her head on her hand on her head is now taking notes. She's moved by this testimony. That's interesting. Alessi asked for a moment to look through his notes. Then there was a sidebar, but this is an interesting note within the sidebar. While at sidebar, Alessi speaking to the judge. Jackson is leafing through the documents with a lot of photos. Reed peeks at it. Jackson tries to hand it back to the assistant district attorney, Adam Lally. Lally gestures just to say, it's his copy, keep it. The court called for a 15-minute recess. Judge and jurors return. Crime analyst Christina Hanley returns to the witness stand at 12:23:40. Lally resumes direct examination. Now, Hanley again describes the broken glass with debris as she examined it. They showed several photos of it. The glass was then partially reassembled by Hanley. Again, photos of 5 small pieces of glass that were found in the road. Another piece of glass found on the road. Hanley said she compared the drinking glass to the pieces found on the road to the pieces found on the bumper. She says that it jumped. I hate it. My thing jumped. This sucks. Let me find it. I went too far. Okay. Okay. And smacking. Food is good. I'm trying to find it. Describes a broken glass. There it is. Okay, she compared the glass to the pieces found on the road and the pieces found on the bumper. She says that she found no physical match between the two bumper pieces and the roadway pieces. So that's interesting. So why are you sitting there declaring? Why are you sitting here in on the defense team and prosecution team declaring that the glass that was found on the bumper was glass from the glass that was in the hand? Did they not declare that? She looked at one of the bumper pieces of glass under a microscope using the GRIM device. She found it was consistent in instrumental properties with one of the other pieces from the roadway. Then she examined the taillight housing and plastic pieces. Hanley said she examined debris found in O'Keefe's t-shirt and sweatshirt and describes the debris as one clear piece of plastic, 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch, several pieces of red plastic among the other trace materials, ranging from the biggest, it jumped again, at 1/16 by less than 1/16 smallest, okay? It was about the size of a grain of rice. And then here are the, okay, let me show this and get over here. This is the piece of the debris that was found in the sweatshirt. Now, wait a minute. Here's the thing. That doesn't show me that it was found on, baby. Thank you. That doesn't show. It's so hard. Turn your chair that way and you can lean forward. My poor baby. He thinks I'm picking on him. I'm not trying to pick on him. I'm not. I'm really not. You don't want to see him half in and out of scene shoveling food. Like me being kind of like this. He's a great guy. But this looks like a bunch of stuff that they raked off the shirt. I guess this here is the piece they're talking about, maybe. Maybe these. I don't know. It just doesn't seem to. I want to see it actually on the shirt. Here's another grain. It's not on the shirt. She did not photograph it on the shirt itself before she. You have the shirt open, right? She did not take a picture. She didn't get a microscope and find it and take a picture of it on the shirt. All of this looks like a bunch of debris that was gathered. I don't know how to describe this, babe. I'm crap. Well, look at all this other debris. You got hair, you got fibers, you got grass, you see dirt, you see gravel like sand material. Well, Gerald says it's inadmissible, but obviously they're admitting it. But this to me, exactly. And if you have those clothing in an area that is not okay, guys, let me ask you a question. Do me a favor. Rattle your glass. Rattle your glass. Give me your glass. Okay. Not coming across on the mic. Just my hearing aid. Why are they so hot? It's like everything from behind me is like right up here in my face. I'll have to adjust them. Huh? I got to get it out. No, you can finish it. I didn't want you to throw it out. So, to me, this stuff here, I want to know for sure how they know it came from his shirt. What was the process? And
His clothing was dumped on the floor in the emergency room. It was put in an area where other parts of the vehicle were. I mean, whole case, all of the evidence is so poorly handled, cross-contamination city. I don't understand how this can potentially even be legit. I can't. And then here's the other little shards that they found. And if you're going on the theory, this is a setup, it's not hard to take a knife and scrape off some little shards and sprinkle it. Rub it in, rub it in, rub it in. So Haley describes how she tested the material. She says a clear plastic from the debris, and I got to turn this over here. I can't read sideways. From the debris was consistent in color and instrumental properties with the taillight. Some of the red fragments found in the debris of the clothing, she says it was smaller pieces, could have originated from the taillight or from similar source. Nearly all jurors seemed to be taking notes. Judge asked if it was a good time to take a break, and it was. So, break. Wait, this is supposed to be Discord. There it is. So, what are your thoughts on that, y'all that are with me and not in break? I have no who that is, June. How much longer do we have? She said an hour, right? Oh gosh, we have at least half an hour, 45 minutes. Okay. So what is y'all's humble opinions on this? Is what I'd like to know, because let me tell you, I'm not all that positive that I can put a lot of weight in those little shards of glass. If, for example, they took his clothing, put the shirt in a separate bag from the pants and a separate bag from the sock and the underwear, separated everything, and they sent it directly to the lab. Directly. Not, what was it, 8 weeks later to the lab? It was quite a while before the clothing was sent to a lab. If it was sent immediately to the lab and the lab was finding this, I would hold more weight. But in 8 weeks, a lot of contamination can happen. In my own humblest of opinions, which doesn't mean much, we need to talk about the bingo card. I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. Glass on bumper we got. Do you have any understanding? Were you aware? Asked differently, right? Data, what if any? Broken glass? True and accurate words matter. Evidence log, drinking glass, and chain of custody. Okay, so that is what I have for our bingo card. New one on red, stone stain. Let's roll this beautiful bingo. Oh, I don't need 30 of them open. Let's roll this beautiful bean footage. Come on, work with me. Work with me. I don't want you. I want this. I don't want that.
Well, yeah, I understand why you're worried, but at the same time,
Those of you who don't know, this is the sheriff that unalived the judge in Chambers.
you know how it is for something like this. We're going to be worried about you in the jail down here with local people.
Right now, I'm alive and well, no weapons on me. So if I leave this building, I won't draw another breath.
In one of these rooms, and we're going to talk real fast.
Oh, yeah, not in one of these right here.
I don't know. I think they cleared one out. So
I feel safe doing that.
why? I ain't gonna let that happen. Okay? I ain't gonna let nothing happen to you. So don't worry about that. I'll stick with you until you go to your cell, okay? You'll be all right. I promise you. We got to know what led to this, Mickey. What transpired leading up to this? Because I know it just didn't happen for no reason. Something's happened. Everything has a reason why it happened and why somebody acts the way they do.
Just be fair to me.
We'll be fair to you.
Just don't beat on me.
I ain't gonna beat on you. Nobody else is gonna beat on you. You know that.
Don't shoot me. Somebody don't want to kill me, man.
Nobody's gonna shoot you. Nobody's gonna kill you.
Don't do that. Don't shoot me. Kill me stuff.
Wow, y'all. You know, that's
It's my intent that you never.
that is insane. This trial really breaks my heart. I don't know why. We don't know why. But why did he feel the need to unalive the sheriff? Mr. Gilman was said, oh, okay. Let me get it up. What happened to my bingo card? Seriously? Why do I have a redacted message up in that's pinned? Who redacted it? Mod, was there a mod that took down the bingo card? I pinned it at the beginning of chat. And it's not there. It was redacted. Can anybody tell me? Because that's frustrating. That's frustrating. I hope that wasn't us. I don't know what happened. June, or who has my? I'm gonna repost it, y'all, and I'll repin it, but I don't know why it was redacted. Pin message. Open my card. Miss Gilman was mentioned. Okay. No, you can have a pin and you can have the poll up, but even if the poll went up, the whole message was totally redacted from my YouTube. Several other people's messages were been redacted, so I don't know. But anyway, I got it up again. So here we go. We got it up again. Here's our fabulous bingo card. And again, Miss June, thank you so much for all that you do. That's so amazing. We couldn't do this without you. By the way, my hearing aids are kind of acting a little funky. I think probably what I need to do is just switch to my other ears. The sheriff knows. The sheriff knows inmates don't take kindly to LE that ends up behind bars with them. Yep. Or he knows that the police there treat suspects. Yeah. Well, they would, but in reality, guys, they're not going to put him in general pop. They're going to keep him in isolation. They're going to, first of all, people don't realize when you go into these situations, a lot of times you're thrown on self-unalive watch immediately. You are one-on-one, you're being watched, especially in this situation. And if you potentially can harm yourself or others, you don't go in general pop. You don't. Not at all. Not at all. I'm looking up something on YouTube. Why does it do that? I want YouTube, not me. Regular YouTube. I am looking for South African president and Trump are holding a meeting today. Cool. I want to see this guy. Watch this. It has been 15 years since this dude has seen himself without tattoos. Why? Oh, there's a
Covered in tattoos, and today I'm covering them up. I'm a barber. I've been barbering for 3 years now. People are shocked of what I do because of my look. I cut kids' hair all the time.
Hey,
You can see on like parents' reactions of their kids. It's usually like they're
Thank you,
scared.
Cash.
It's been
That'd
about
be a
14 years until I see myself without tattoos. I can't remember how that feels. I don't know how I'm gonna recognize myself.
Okay, you ready?
Let's do it.
Here we go.
Good tattoo
Dang.
cover up, but thick.
That's crazy. New person, doesn't even look like me. Yeah, that's awkward. My name is Cedric Montano. My whole body's covered in tattoos, and today I'm
Yeah, I like him better the other way. I like him much better the other way. In my humble opinion. What, babe? Oh, he needs to take out the earplugs. Those aren't earplugs. They not earplugs. Well, the glare inside. What is this? Hold on.
So, you've been in the courtroom, and today we had one key witness that probably was on the stand much shorter
Dr.
period
Isaac
of time.
Wolf.
Oh yeah,
That's Wolf
that
No
was a
E.
real short period of time.
He is.
They
When
are
you
called
say that
plugs.
it's not brain surgery, with him it is brain surgery.
Right. Literally brain surgery. Yeah.
Gauges.
The
That's what they're
prosecution is
called.
suggesting this guy can also be an expert on causation, right? Because he's basically said there's no other way to get that cut on the back of your head that Officer John O'Keefe had, other than falling backwards on the hard ground. What do you think of that?
I thought it was weird that he specified the ground. You know, I mean, I don't see how you could just specify that as the injury. I mean, I think the guy is nice.
Okay, that is something I wanted to talk about. I have witnessed a woman pass out and at a conference and hit her head on the metal. Do you know how you have your chair and the metal legs come like that and the metal comes out a little more? And she hit her head on that 1-inch piece of metal. And guess what, guys? She had a cut like John O'Keefe on the back of his head. She had a lot of it caused some brain stuff going on. So for me, I agree with this guy. Why on earth would you sit there and say the ground? The ground. That's interesting. What, Gerald? Well, there wasn't that much snow, baby, at that time. But he is right. There was some snow on the ground. So, yeah, let's keep watching.
I like the guy, actually. He makes cappuccino for his wife. I had no issue with him.
Yeah.
It was just the fact that he specified the ground that I found kind of weird. I mean, why wouldn't like a cricket mallet cause the same injury? You know what I mean? I'm not a doctor, but seems like, I thought, just like I said, I thought it was weird that he specified the ground before they even got there, Yeah,
it was clear that he had his marching orders. I mean, they've gone through his testimony. I thought it was surprising that he didn't at least mention the possibility of hitting the curb, which is in the same general area.
Right.
True.
Yeah. And he even talked about how he was drunk, like I've seen people get drunk and then they slip on the ice and blah, blah, blah. Like, dude, okay. But as far as I understand, I could be wrong, but I don't think that they even tested his blood alcohol level when he died. So it was weird that he just jumped to that conclusion. Then
what was your read on the jury when he was testifying?
There was really no read on the jury. I mean, there were
note taking. Anything?
No, I mean, as far as like the testimony from homeboy from Aperture, the jury was definitely a couple of jurors were definitely visibly reacting to that. Kind of impossible not to. But yeah.
Well, that's probably where some of our problems are stemming from, because they sat there and they're visibly reacting to the testimony from Aperture guy. That's interesting. V. Blazy, hello. Yeah, that is weird. And I caught that and I wanted to talk about that. He can't say what it was. He can't say because he hit the ground, this is what happened. He wasn't there. He can say hard surface. It could have been the fire hydrant. Does he know? Does he know there was a fire hydrant right there? Could have hit the top, the side, the base of that fire hydrant. That would have caused that kind of a. And he says if it was like a hammer, it would cause a cylinder and then fracture out. Yeah, if it's a round hammer, but a dumbbell, barbell, if he fell and hit his head or his head was hit with one because of the size of the impact area of that dumbbell. If this is the microphone and this is the back of the head and this is the part of the dumbbell and you hit it, it's going to give a straight linear impact, which will look very similar in my humble opinion. And once again, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a forensic person, but I am saying that that's how I believe, and I can say that. Please disagree with me. I challenge you. It's okay if you do.
As far as this witness goes, no visible jury reactions that I noticed too much. You know,
and as I said, on and off the stand pretty darn quickly. So I have to assume that the defense wasn't going to belabor what he brings to the mix. Okay, here's what he says. We'll have our say with other folks.
Yeah. I think that Alessi wanted to just make sure the jury remembered that wasn't his only injury to his head. He made sure to show the laceration over his eye. So the likelihood that he just slipped and fell, or much less got hit by a vehicle and then fell, you know what I mean? That's just unlikely, considering, you know, and Brennan didn't even bring up that laceration. So I think Alessi was just trying to make sure the jury remembers, like, yeah, it wasn't as cut and dry as that. You know what I mean?
So you've been here earlier on in the trial. You were inside the courtroom, and again back today. Give us the vibe in there, and if it's changed since your first visit.
Well, while he was testifying and they were showing the pictures, members of John's family were definitely reacting and upset. It was even hard for me to look at those pictures a little bit. You know,
this is specifically the picture of the laceration on the back of his head and then the eye injury,
and then explaining.
We do have those
it was
photos.
a little hard for the family to hear, so I felt bad for them, most definitely. But the overall vibe is, I definitely feel like the jury is leaning towards the defense. Most definitely.
Now, we know you are too, so you gotta. I want you to kind of distance yourself if you can.
I'm trying to. I'm honestly being as objective as I can be, but yeah, the vibe I'm getting, the way that the jury seems to react and be more attentive when Bob Alessi starts to talk, the jury takes more attention. I don't think that, I'm not getting the sense that they're wild about Brennan, you know, but
just
Who
your
is?
observation.
Yeah.
And millions of
Who
other people
is wild about Brennan?
Yeah, and that could be biased talking, but I don't think it is.
So since he was so short, this Dr. Wolf, no E, the next witness, I guess, was probably not queued up, ready. Is that your understanding?
No, yeah, I don't think the witness was ready, and we're ahead of schedule. We weren't going to have a morning break, but we're ahead of schedule. So, you know, Bev went ahead and called the break, and then, yeah, I'm not sure who the next witness is going to be. The witness that testified at the end of the day yesterday is not going to be testifying next, but maybe later.
I don't know.
But they're going to bring her back.
I know they brought in Dr. Wolf, no E, out of order.
So Dr. Wolf, I thought Dr. Wolf was a wah wah. I didn't get it for me. There wasn't anything new that got me going. I mean, it was just neutral. It's neutral. That's how I feel about Dr. Wolf. Neutral. Very neutral. I'm looking for something specific and I'm not finding it. I'm sorry. Oh. Sheriff strikes back at Lori Daybell's Sunbelt request denied again. I want to see this.
Hearing on May 14th. It's in preparation for the Doomsday Mother's third. Also gets to wear street clothes, and the belt goes under the clothing and is not
We've
visible
talked about
to
this
the
in
jury
depth.
or those watching the trial from home on our Hidden True Crime live stream. We cannot see this rack belt. We just know it's there. So while Lori's motion requesting, or AKA demanding, that she should not have to wear this rack belt, while this motion was new this day for this recent pretrial hearing, this was far from the
end near the exits. Minute entry dated the 25th regarding the defendant's motion to remove restraints. So my understanding when I read what was from MCSO, and then you put in here, however, at the sheriff's discretion, one or more armed sheriff deputies may be positioned near the exits. So what their recommendation was the minimal amount of restraints, meaning if there was going to be an armed guard, then they would not have to do the belt. So I was confused by and wanted a clarification on what you were actually ordering, because the DOs had a question about it with me this morning. So
I ordered that you don't have to wear the leg restraint, but that you do have to wear the rack belt, because that is not going to be visible to the jury. The leg restraint's a little more cumbersome and visible, and since you're representing yourself and you're going to need to approach the podium and those sorts of things, I ordered the removal of the leg restraint. You will, though, wear the rack belt. And then I said it's up to the sheriff's office. If they want to, they can position a couple deputies in the back if they want additional deputies.
well, their recommendation was that you wouldn't have to use the belt at all if they had the armed guard.
I read their response and their recommendation, and that's my order.
So what is it exactly?
That you have to wear the rack belt, but not the leg restraint.
Well, that same judge, Judge Boreski, let her know then that she indeed needed to wear a rack belt if she wasn't going to be shackled. And indeed, she wore a rack belt during that entire trial. No one seemed to notice. I couldn't even really tell, even though I knew
we
she
could
was
see
wearing
the rack
one.
belt. I mean, that was a given. We could see the rack belt.
Did not see it. Take a listen.
There was one incident during the trial where you asked to take a break because a strap was hanging down behind your jacket. We did that. We rectified the situation. There's been no indication whatsoever that the jury noticed the rack belt or anything like that. So I think those conditions are appropriate and will remain for the second trial.
Your Honor, the jury was not polled to see if they noticed anything either. Was that correct?
Oh, I
Right.
forgot she went
There was
there.
no request for that.
The jurors
I forgot
during
that
that
she
last
went there.
Arizona trial also did not seem to notice the rack belt as well, according to those I interviewed and asked if they knew she was wearing this stun belt. Yeah, could you guys tell if she was wearing a rack belt or a shock belt? Did you know that?
No.
Did you know
I
that until
noticed
this
she
moment?
was wearing the same things, like rotating her shirts, but wearing
Right.
the same.
Yeah, you noticed that. Same
Yeah.
suit, different day, right? Rotating.
Nope, I got to stand. It wants me to get
But
up.
so
I'm
yeah,
not
and
going
none of
to,
you
but,
could
you know.
see that she was wearing this rack belt underneath. because
No.
She wasn't cuffed and she didn't have shackles on. So the judge ordered.
No.
She was not happy about that, by the way. The judge ordered,
Really?
yeah,
No.
that she wear this rack.
So anyway, yes, there was a lot of dissatisfaction over that rack belt. And the thing is that we were all zapping her. Now I got to get my zap button back and loaded. Sorry, Lori, you may have the Superman court video, the guy who flew over the desk and the judge. Y'all, that was insane. Yep, my waiver hadn't hit yet. I had to look for financial stuff real quick. So sorry, Laura, you may have the Superman court video. Yeah, he's not going to risk anything, and that the rack belt is a very, very fair thing to put on her. Ronnie, why did you delete that message? Hi, Cowgirl 15. Thank you for hopping in and liking. We are trying to wait for court to begin. Get over it, Lori. You're a convicted criminal. You're not only convicted once, not twice, but thrice. And you're going for the quad. You've got the trifecta. Now you're going for the quad. Really? Really? Because you left out a word? Oh, I'm sorry. What did I leave out? What did I leave out? Or he says, you may have a Superman video, the guy who flew over the desk onto the judge. Oh, because you left a word out. Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, no, that judge, that poor judge, I felt for her. Oh my gosh, let's see. Oh, it's nothing big. I saw breaking news for San Antonio. It was an accident, but you can't even see the accident, so we're good. Oh, I want to see this.
Arrest in the Great Escape in New
Yay!
Orleans, but it isn't one of the 10 escapees.
Yeah, he is.
33-year-old
But he's
Sterling
losing it.
Williams is a maintenance worker at the Orleans
He is losing his patience.
Parish Justice Center. He's sitting in jail tonight facing 10 counts related to Friday's escape. You could tell from this photo that the inmates got out by removing a toilet and a sink from a cell wall. But notice there's no water flooding the floor. That's because Williams allegedly shut off the water to the cell beforehand, according to the arrest affidavit. Williams told investigators that one of the inmates, Antoine Massey, threatened to, quote, shank him if he didn't turn off the water. Massey and 5 other convicts are still at large, and they are considered armed and dangerous. The New Orleans chief of police says those inmates are still believed to be within the city limits. The 4 they've already rounded up may have found it too easy to get out of jail, as they wrote on the jail cell wall, but not easy enough, apparently, to leave the city. And in addition to that maintenance worker, 4 other employees at the jail have been suspended. It's unclear whether that includes the lone guard who was monitoring the prisoners and who stepped away to get food as those prisoners broke free. At a city council meeting earlier today, Sheriff Susan Hudson, who oversees the jail, took full responsibility for the escape, but she also blamed the failure on insufficient funding.
It is deeply troubling to me as your sheriff, and I know it is equally troubling to you and the public that we are sworn to protect. As your sheriff, I take full accountability for this failure. We have submitted multiple requests over the years for staffing, maintenance, and infrastructure upgrades needed to safely run this jail. Unfortunately, time and deferred investment have caught up with us all.
My first guest tonight is calling on that sheriff to resign. She says blaming funding for this incident is a deflection, not an explanation.
I don't think it is a deflection, because here's the problem. You get what you pay for. And when you do not have enough money to pay qualified people to run and maintain the jail, then you're going to get what you paid for, unfortunately. And I'm not trying to be mean. I have people in my family who have been who are in the system. As far as my uncle was, well, he wasn't the warden, but he was kind of up there. He started off as just a typical guard, and he worked his way up, and he's no longer with us. But I remember him talking about the fact that that you get what you pay for, especially when it comes for protection of of the community. And if your minimum wage is, say, $7 an hour, and the standard person working in there is getting $7 to $8 an hour, then you're going to get crappy employees and crappy work. Not all of them. Not all of them. Not all of them. Don't come after my butt. But if you're paying them back then $10 an hour, when minimum wage was back then so low and people were ecstatic to get $10 to $12 an hour, you're going to get better employees. And I think that's part of it. Infrastructure. If you're not paying to maintain the jail, if you're not paying to do what you need to do to keep the jail running efficiently and appropriately, then you are opening it up for escapees. What are you sending me in a text? Oh, I see. Uh, Technically, taking full accountability means you don't blame anyone or anything else. Um, I can say I take accountability because it's my job, and in the end, no matter what happens, no matter who makes the bad decisions below me, I'm responsible, whether I knew about it or not. I get that. Um, I've been a manager and I've had employees steal or make bad decisions that greatly affected the company. Luckily, I had an owner that said, "You're managing, but people have free will and they're going to do what they're going to do no matter what we do and no matter what we pay them." So I wasn't blamed for it. Went through more training. We trained it better. We had more security put in place. We took more appropriate actions to help ensure it doesn't happen again. I don't believe. I mean, I don't believe in firing people the moment something goes wrong. Now, this is huge. This was 10 people, and I'm not saying there shouldn't be accountability. I'm just saying let's focus on getting everybody safe and getting these people back before we start firing everybody. My humble opinion, and it may not be worth much,
Louisiana
and that's
State
fine.
Representatives Amy Adato Freeman joins me now. Representative, you're the first state official to publicly call on the sheriff to step down. Why do you think she needs to resign?
Well, the reason
I can accept that, Aaron.
is her lack of accountability and her grand failure of leadership. It's embarrassing to me that she has one job, which is to keep the inmates in the jail.
Okay, no, she does not have one job. A sheriff does not have one job to keep the inmates in the jail safe and keep the public safe from the inmates. That is, the wall was way too easy to break. Way too easy. But a sheriff does not have the only responsibility is that jail. That is not the case. The sheriff has a huge responsibilities, not only to a jail. And Gerald, sorry, baby, if you hear me, correct me if I'm wrong. The sheriff also has to overlook all the other aspects of keeping the county safe. Any crimes that happen in the county outside of city limits, there's just so much. I can't even list all the aspects of what a sheriff's responsibilities are. This is an aspect of those responsibilities. And she has to be able to trust the deputy sheriff and the superintendent and other people to do their job. She is like the CEO of the company and oversees everybody. So that is where I see this. But I'm not saying there shouldn't be consequences, and maybe it should be losing her job. I don't know. My concept, my thought is get the people back, then deal with this. If you fire her in the middle of it, you're just making it worse.
And keep the rest of us safe. And right now, I know that families.
I think it is a compound problem. I think she could have said, "I take responsibility." However, this was a compounded problem due to the lack of proper funding. And I don't disagree with that 100%. I think it is a compounded problem. And some people are so quick to just chop off the heads at the top it's easier to chop off the head at the top, put a new head on and dress it the same and walk out the door without addressing all of the problems that are going on within that system. This is a colossal system failure. This isn't just about her. That's all I'm saying. It's not just about her.
Out of the state and into hiding because they're either witnesses or their attorneys who prosecuted some cases against some of these inmates. And it's just horrific to me that your job is to keep the general population safe and you're not doing it. So I think she should resign.
Yeah, Sheriff Hudson, as you just heard in that soundbite, blames a lack of funding for the jail as playing a role in this. She says a third of the security cameras don't work, that the locks on the doors are insufficient. She says she's been asking for more funds to make the jail more secure, but was denied. Is that true?
Well, in my experience, her team has asked me for funding for some programming for domestic violence, and I just added some things to the budget for her office.
Okay, I don't want to hear what you've done because you alone are not the only one who's done this. Look, just case in point. Job description for a sheriff. These are all the roles, not all of them, a lot of them, but not all of them. They testify in court when needed, prisoner transportation, enforce court orders, execute warrants, perform related duties as assigned. That's a lot of other, okay, build relationships amongst the community, supervise inmate, ensuring their safety and the safety of others, arresting offenders in the county and assisting, that's also assisting in city, conducting investigation, the law enforcement side, the patrol side, prepare and clear comprehensive reports, conduct traffic stops and issue citations, maintaining courtroom peace and security, emergency response, criminal investigations, perform such duties imposed by other laws, apprehending criminals and traffic law and criminal laws, and then patrolling and more. And more. I mean, they're responsible for the prisons, the safety of the courthouse. They're responsible for the safety of the county. Any criminal activity that happens in the county is under her jurisdiction. It is just so much. And I'm not saying that makes her superwoman, but what I am saying is that it is not. I disagree with the woman that was just speaking. I want to hear what she says again.
She says she's been asking for more funds to make the jail more secure, but was denied. Is that
This
true?
looks like a rich lawyer. Look at that
Well,
suit.
in my experience, her team has asked me for funding for some programming for domestic violence, and I just added some things to the budget for her office. But no one ever mentioned to me that there were broken cameras or there were doors that didn't function.
Okay, this is the state representative. Okay, woman, do her job, and then come after her. I bet you never stepped foot inside that part of the prison. Have you taken a tour of the prison? Have you walked around with her and show me where do we need the funding? Why do we need the money here? Show me. Have you done that? No.
Function properly. So if she needed that funding, she didn't ask me for it, and we're in the budgeting process, and I sit on House Appropriations.
You said actually she has $14 million in reserve. Why wasn't she spending that on fixing the cameras and the locks?
Exactly. She could use that money and leverage those funds.
$14 million in reserve does not mean it's not already allocated. And a lot of that money in reserve is allocated to specific things. And that money comes from different organizations and or the government, but it is allocated for a lot of different things, including the transportation of prisoners, feeding and clothing the inmates, not prisoners, medical care. There's a lot of stuff. And you say it's in reserve. It hasn't been used yet. We're only in May. So if you're looking at their budget for the year and they have $14 million left, they got to make that last all years. Does not actually mean that money isn't specifically earmarked for other things. She can't take money out of medical and put it in cameras in the kitchen. If I'm correct, Gerald, you have more knowledge in this than I do. Gerald does have a family member who is a superintendent of the jail system and works closely with the sheriff and another here in Texas. And I would think he might be thinking I may be right. I hope if I'm wrong, correct me. But that's my understanding. Funding usually goes to the community county commissions for approval. That's right. Thank you, June.
And bond them out. I mean, there's a lot of ways to run a budget. I'm on the budgeting committee. I run my own business. I understand budgeting. Clearly, the sheriff doesn't understand budgeting, or she would have budgeted for infrastructure first. Infrastructure is critical here.
Federal monitors who came in and took a look at this jail last year twice warned of serious problems at the jail under Sheriff Hudson's leadership. They said the jail was understaffed, that high-risk inmates were not segregated and kept separate from the general population. They also found that inmates were often left completely unsupervised in their cells. Why wasn't any of this fixed after not one but two of these reports last year?
I wish I knew the answer to that, because this is why I think she should resign. If you've already been given.
Again, I'm not saying that I believe that she's perfect and she should stay there. I'm just saying what this woman is doing, this representative is covering their asses, because if they chop the head off of the sheriff and get her out of there and put another head on that same body, and they don't do anything either, and most often they don't, it pacifies the public. It gets the attention off of her and other people above the sheriff, and it covers their butts, and everybody's happy for a while.
The instructions on how to fix the jail, you should fix it. You shouldn't be, waiting till tell everybody that you don't have the money. She really should be taking responsibility. I understand today at the city council hearing, I was in Baton Rouge for House action and for voting in the House floor, but I understand she did do some acceptability and apology, but she can't be blaming others.
Okay, there you go. You're right, Ronnie. Why didn't you follow up? Why are you passing the buck? It's easy. You're the one with that suit that she's wearing. I know how much those are. That suit is over $1,000 that woman has on. She's up in a plush house, a plush office, and she is not on the ground boots and in the grime every day. I don't like you, woman, and no.
Buck stops with her. She is the sheriff.
The inmates who escaped exploited some of the very problems that the federal monitors warned about. The feds wrote in the fall of last year that they, quote, strongly urged the sheriff's office to reestablish a high security unit. Yet all the inmates, many of whom were, convicted killers, they were the very definition of high security risk. They were not in a high security unit. They were instead housed on the first floor of the jail, making it very easy for them to escape.
Yes, and I think that's a horrible way to manage it. I mean, I've actually heard interviews with the former sheriff, Marlon Gussman, and they generally, when he was running that building, they did not put those people on the first floor, the high risk. And so, she's mismanaging at every level, and that's why I think she should resign.
Do you think other public officials in your state will follow your lead and ask for her resignation?
I'm not sure, but I do know for a fact that Jason Hughes, who represents part of New Orleans, he represents the New Orleans East area. He came to the House floor with me today. So there's another Orleans Parish representative, Jason Hughes, who has now joined me in calling for her resignation. And he also, like me, is a Democrat who represents New Orleans. And we went to the House floor to tell our colleagues that the two of us feel like she should resign.
And finally, you mentioned in your first answer about the fact that so many of the witnesses who had testified in these escaped inmates trial proceedings, the prosecutors who had prosecuted these men, they have left the state and gone into hiding. How big a safety issue is this for the public at large in New Orleans?
I would not ask this woman, because she's a politician and she's going to politic this to death.
Areas.
Well, this could be huge. I mean, we have a lot of senior citizens. We've had carjackings against senior citizens. I'm really worried about where these inmates might go. I mean, we now have a $20,000 reward for any information leading to the capture of each inmate, which I hope will help in finding them. But right now, the fear is, we have a lot of older women who go to church daily, and they're not going to their church.
Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will.
Okay, I'm going to say this. Bullshit. I feel that the employees on that shift who did not do their job need to be fired. Anybody who involved, like the guy who shut the water off, all of them need to be fired, and charges need to be brought on them. They pay that kind of consequence. I'm not saying that maybe the sheriff shouldn't run again, but just going in and hacking her head off is not going to solve the problem. And how do you know? She's sitting here as the sheriff and say, I hear this, I hear the evaluation, I see the evaluation, it's going to cost X number of dollars. We have money, but it is targeted for certain areas and certain areas only. We don't have enough funding. We don't have enough employees. If I take money out of the funding to fix X, Y, Z, A, B, C that's listed in this report, then it's going to take away. I'm going to have to fire people because I don't have enough money to do both. I'm just saying it's not an easy answer. There's no easy answer, and I am playing the devil's advocate here, but it's a horrible thing that happened, and people can disagree with me, and that's fine. But I'm always one who always errs on the side of we don't chop the head off the head off of the top dog for the actions of those 10 layers down, unless we really do an investigation. My thoughts on this is let's just focus on getting everybody back where they need to be, getting the resolve within the prison or the jail. The county needs to release funds to fix what they cannot afford to fix, and then go in and do an investigation. And if head needs to roll all the way down from the top, so be it then. But I think the focus is too much on chopping the head off and not letting everybody do their job to get everything resolved. I don't know. That's my humble opinion. I'm probably wrong. But we're back in court. Oh, by the way, not what I wanted. Jeez, really? What is this? StreamYard here. That there. Everything just went crazy on me, guys. I apologize. That goes over here. This goes over here. That goes over here. Okay.
Sure. So
Whenever you're
Oh,
ready.
before we go, just someone wanted to know, so I'm going to share this now. Let me do it now while I'm thinking about it. Okay. We got a minute. Thank you so much for this, June. So if you look here, Grant Smith Ellis has been there 100% of the time. Why is he there 100% of the time? I do not know. Let's see. Court TV's been 67% of the time. I find it interesting that Aiden Carney has only been there 2 out of the 6 weeks. So we are 33%. Boston Globe was 33%. So some of them are only been there 1 week, and some of them only want to be there 1 week. All right, guys, let's get back into court. Give me a second. I got to get it going, and then I got to answer that door.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Hanley, when we left off, you were discussing the comparative analysis you did between item 7-18.18, Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, and item 3-1, the taillight housing or the plastic within the taillight housing of the defendant's car, correct?
Correct.
And there were a number of different instruments that you used through the course of your examination and analysis, correct?
That's correct.
And what were those instruments that you used again in that portion of the analysis?
Sure. So I used a polarized light microscope, a comparison microscope, an FTIR, and a microspec.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you 3 documents, if you could review those without me finish, please. And do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And starting with the first page of that 3 pages, what do you recognize that?
It is the FTIR comparison data for the clear plastic from item 3-1 and the clear plastic from item 7-18.18.
If I could direct your attention to the second page within that, what do you recognize that?
So this is also FTIR comparison data from for the red plastic from item 3-1 and item 7-18.18.
And lastly, the third page within that set, what do you recognize that?
So this is the comparison data from the microspec from the red plastic from the item 3-1 and the red plastic from 7-18.18.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit individually.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
You want them marked individually or you in a set?
Individually, please. Thank you.
Exhibits 202, 203, and 204.
Thank you.
And again, Ms. Hanley, when it came to your analysis of the clear plastic material from the debris from John O'Keefe's clothing and the clear plastic material from the defendant's taillight, what were your conclusions from that analysis?
Sure. Upon comparison, the clear plastic from item 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties with the clear plastic from item 3-1. Accordingly, the clear plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the clear plastic from item 3-1 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I publish, and I'm sorry, I forgot already the
Yes.
exhibit numbers, but
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the clear plastic. And Ms. Hanley, can you describe for the jury what we're looking at in this, what's up on the screen right now?
Sure. So this is the FTIR comparison data of the clear plastic from item 3-1 and the clear plastic from item 7-18.18.
And Ms. Hanley, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to which is which as far as the top and bottom.
Sorry. The top,
Sorry, I apologize, Your Honor.
That's okay.
the top spectrum is item 3-1 and the bottom spectrum is item 7-18.18.
And Ms. Hanley, when you're comparing these two as far as the data that you receive, what is it specifically that you're looking at in your comparison as far as the data is concerned?
So when I'm comparing the spectra, I'm looking at the peaks in each sample to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
Thank you. And if I could turn your attention to the red plastic material from the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and the red plastic from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, what did you conclude in your analysis there?
So upon comparison, the red plastic from 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, and instrumental properties with the red plastic from item 3-1. So accordingly, the red plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic from item 3-1 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the red plastic data. And Ms. Hanley, directing your attention to the screen again with the laser pointer, if you could delineate for the jury as far as which set of data is associated with which item.
So the top spectrum is item 3-1 and the bottom spectrum is item 7-18.18.
And again, if you could just direct the jury's attention with that laser pointer to the areas as far as the data peaks and valleys that you're looking at in comparison of this data.
So when I'm comparing them, I'm comparing the peaks to each other in each of the spectra to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
And in this case, you found them to be consistent. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, lastly, if I could have the microspec data. And Ms. Hanley, if you could describe for the jury, please, what are we looking at in this particular data set?
So this is the comparison data from the microspec.
I bet she does. Hold on.
Of the red plastic from item 3-1 and the red plastic from 7-18.18.
And as far as the data in any microspec, but particularly this one up on the screen, using that laser pointer, could you illustrate to the jury sort of what these individual lines or what this data means?
So these are the samples that I ran, and they samples that I ran from item 3-1 and 7-18.18, and the spectra are overlaid in order to determine, to look at it and to determine whether they have a consistent or not consistent pattern.
And from overlaying the data from the pieces of plastic from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and the pieces of plastic from the defendant's taillight, what do you observe as far as from overlaying those two sort of data points?
So I determined that they had consistent microspec data.
Again, if you could just remind the jury as far as the microspec data, what type of data is that?
So the microspec, it analyzes samples that have color. So it provides information of a sample's dyes or pigments.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, Ms. Hanley. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hanley.
Good afternoon.
Nice to see you again. We met about a year ago. First things first, you were just talking about some plastic pieces in 7-18.8, correct?
It was 7-18.18.
0.18. I left the one out. 7-18.18. We're dealing with a lot of numbers. I'm going to see if we can cut through that here in a second. Sure. First of all, you indicated that you were doing a comparative analysis in different sort of different categorical ways, using microscopy, using the microspec, using the FTIR. I think you also use the FTIR in that as well.
Yes.
And you indicated that your analysis concluded with those pieces could have come from the same source, from the source in 3-1, the taillight. But you're not conclusively saying they did, correct?
It could have come from, they could have a common origin, or it could have come from another source with the same characteristics.
Right. So in other words, another way to say that, Ms. Hanley, is it may have come from the taillight, may not have.
It's a possibility.
Okay. I also want to ask you real quick about the taillight manufacturer. You were shown an exhibit. I think it's exhibit 200, and I think we have that available. With the court's permission, we don't have to cut the lights. I think the lighting is just fine. This is exhibit, or a photograph of exhibit 200 that you saw just a second ago. Quick question about that. In your inspection of that taillight, it's true, is it not, that that is manufactured entirely of plastic or plasticine pieces. There is no glass in that taillight, correct?
I have to check my notes. I don't think I noted any glass.
Okay. So in other words, you didn't note any glass inherent in the manufacture of that taillight. It's basically plastic.
Yeah, I think most of the parts were plastic. I'm not 100% sure if the entire thing was plastic. There may have been other material, but portions were plastic.
But you certainly didn't see any glass inherent.
Okay, just so y'all know, all of the parts are plastic except for the light bulb itself. But guess what? This doesn't have a light bulb. Not at all. It's 100% plastic.
In the manufacture process.
I'd have to double check my notes, but I don't think I did.
Okay.
Do you want her to check her notes?
Why don't you? Are your notes in front of you?
Yes.
With the court's permission.
Yes, sure.
Okay, so I did not make any notation that I noted portions that were glass.
Great. Final point before we get into the actual analysis. On any of the glass, I want to shift gears to just the glass material that you analyzed and that you looked at and you inspected. You saw no blood, no skin, no biological material, no tissue, human tissue or otherwise, on any of those pieces that you inspected, did you?
I didn't test for it. Did you test
Upon
for
examination of those items, making observations of those types of material, that's not my area of expertise. I don't think I noted anything that was maybe consistent with that.
So in other words, even though you're not in the bio material expert section of the lab, you certainly would have noted if there was skin or biological material or obvious blood on glass pieces. You were looking at them in many cases through a stereo microscope, correct?
Yes, I would have made note of observations of anything that I would have noted on the surface.
Great, and you did not, because you didn't see anything you suggested of that, right?
I think I just made note. I have to check each item, but I think I did note that there was some dirt debris on some of the items.
But not biological material.
I did not note anything that would be maybe consistent with that.
Great, thank you. I want to talk about the comparisons that you did. And you'll forgive me, I'm a visual learner. So I'd like to talk about it in 4 categories. Okay. Linear categories. Category 1, item 3-2. Category 2, item 3-3. Category 3, item 7-12. Category 4, item 7-14. 3, 2, 3, 3, 7, 12, 7, 14. Can we talk about it in those particulars?
Sure.
Okay. 3-2 was the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to use the word cup rather than glass for obvious reasons. You can get confused by that. So when I say the cup, do you know what I'm talking about?
Item 3-2.
Great. 3-3 are the 5 items that were found on the bumper, claimed to have been found on the bumper by MSP or crime. Okay?
Yes,
5 items, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
correct.
Item 7-12 are 9 items, glass items, that were recovered at 34 Fairview by Trooper Buchanan in an evidence envelope, correct?
So sustained as to who they were recovered from.
Sure. Did you receive the items along with an evidence envelope?
I need to double check if it was an envelope, but I received it packaged.
Okay. And the packaging normally, under normal circumstances, the packaging comes with labels. It gives you reference about where things came from. For instance, when Mr. Lally asked you, were you aware or did you become aware that items were claimed to have been found on the bumper? You didn't actually find those items, but that was the description you were given, correct?
That was the description of the item in our limb system.
Okay. And going back to 7-12, that's our third category. Was that described as 9 pieces of glass that were found at 34 Fairview by a sergeant by the name of Buchanan? Or do you recall that?
I am not sure who recovered them.
Well, what it said on the evidence envelope, that's what I'm asking.
I would have to check my photos to see if it says that.
We'll get to that in just a second, but fair enough. 7-12, 9 items, A, B, C, D, E. And if my memory serves, I, K, and L.
I'd have to refer to my notes to.
Can you please?
Yes.
That's 4. Why did they, where's A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H? Why is there a skip? Hello, Chris. Why do we have a skip in the alphabetical order?
The 9 pieces of glass from 7-12 were labeled A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
Great.
Why do we have 2
And then
letters?
finally, what was in 7-14, that's an easy one piece of glass.
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Why do we have missing glass? Or numbers, or alphabet letters? Is anybody concerned about that? Let me know. Why do we have missing alphabet letters? That to me is odd.
If I could, Ms. Hanley, I'm going to hand you photographs. That should be 2 photographs of the exact same thing. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I've never seen. I did not take this photo.
Understood.
So I'm
At a loss
I
for
haven't
words?
seen them, so I don't know.
So I'm asking you to look. I know you haven't seen
Yeah.
that photo. Does it look like the cup?
It looks consistent with the cup.
Okay.
Where are those photos? I want those photos.
Take a look at the second photo. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photo?
I did not take this photo. It appears to be a photo of a container that another analyst took a photo of item 7-12.
And item 7-12 once again included plastic pieces and 9 glass pieces, correct?
Correct.
Do you see the evidence label on the very top of that evidence envelope?
I'm not sure which label you're talking
The
about.
one under the red tape.
Yes.
Does that appear to be a label marker that's done to maintain chain of custody?
Can we do you have it in understanding?
So I think that label.
Chain of custody. We got that. Man, I'm 1 away from a bingo. I'll get your bingo cards. Come on.
Sorry.
Sure, can we bring these over to the side?
Sure.
Why can't June? Do you remember that Channel 5 thing that you sent me or somebody did? I can't find it. I accidentally closed it. Yes, they said DNA. I have a bingo. They did say DNA because he said DNA, skin, any kind of bodily fluids, whatever. Bingo, 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 bingo. Yes. June, did you send it to me in private chat? No. It's at Channel 5 News. I could be wrong. We are having a little glitchiness here today. I don't know why, but there is glitchiness. So I apologize if I'm back and forth. Sometimes I'm hopping out because I wanted to make sure it wasn't my connections. My connections are fine. So it has to do with the something with them. They said data. Okay. Thank you. What if any? I thought I heard it say that, but I wasn't sure. But I am trying to find that. Channel 5, Karen Reed. Is this it? There it is. I found it. I got it. I got it. This girl got it. Yay. Okay. We are back here. We are at a side, Bob. So give me a minute. The judge is looking at the photo sidebar or one of the court reporters who marked it. Then another dolly says it's. So it's in breaking news. I got it. Yep. Thank you, beloved. Got it. Got it. June, when you have something that you need me to see pretty quick, unless it's like an earthquake, fire, like major breaking news, go ahead and private message me. That way it pops up and I see that it's there. Otherwise, I've got 5 places to look for it. Not your fault. You're doing great. Y'all are doing amazing. But breaking news is like the Canton. I wonder if they found anything about that man showed a weapon threatening Canton work crew, if he was arrested yet. Do we know? That was a perfect place for that. Member info drop off, you can put it there or private message me. It's easier for me to find it. But thank you for the information on the who's gotten in what. Right now, the majority of the people, the news people behind the family that you see here, let me get this with the computers, the people back here. Today we have News Nation, Dateline, Boston.com, WBZ TV, John DiPetro, Associated Press, WJR TV. We have the Boston Globe. We have Court TV, and we have Grant Smith Ellis. Now, Grant Smith Ellis is there 100% of the time. I may be assuming wrong, but I'm assuming that Grant Smith Ellis is probably the one running all these cameras. He's been there 100% of the time. But we have a lot, but poor Aiden
Jerry,
Journey
sometimes
has
we're
not
at
been
sidebar
in.
in an effort to try and speed
2
things
weeks.
up. So even though we take your time that way, this should make
First 2 weeks he was there. Other than that, he's not made the pool.
things move a little easier. So you can cut that, come back up here, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
He doesn't.
I was asking-
Okay, good to know. I don't know, Ronnie. I don't know who he is. So if he's not running the cameras, how is he getting in 100% of the time? Nobody else is. Everybody else is 67 is the highest percent, 50%, 33%, and 17%. Yep. Oh, I know he has legal issues to deal with. I'm just saying, somebody asked me, how many times has he been in? So I'm just saying he's only been in the first 2 weeks. So I don't know if he'll be back in. But I'm just letting you know. I've got some y'all don't see the questions that I sometimes get on my other social media platforms. So sometimes I'm answering something that you are not aware of.
Previously, we'd already looked at what's been marked for identification as triple G. I was asking you about what has now been marked as triple H. If you'll just look at that, what I'm most interested in is, do you see a name, a trooper's name in the middle of that evidence bag?
Proctor.
Yes, I do.
Is that Buchanan?
It looks like it says that, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
And just so we're clear,
Buchanan.
that bag is
Buchanan.
associated with 7-12 of your analysis. The item 7-12, correct?
Yes, again, I didn't take this photo, but I have,
I
yeah.
realize that. It says 7-12
Yeah.
right on the photo. doesn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, that's all I need. Taking a look at what's been marked as triple I for identification. Do you see a name associated with that evidence bag?
Yes.
What name is that?
It's actually a little hard to read. It looks like it says, it could say Trooper Proctor.
Okay, and that is associated with 7-14, our fourth category, correct?
This, it is labeled as, excuse me, 7-14.
Thank you. And finally, does that, which has been marked as, for identification at least, as triple J, does that appear to be the contents of that bag, which is a single piece of glass in 7-14?
This appears to be the photo that the analyst prior to me took of item 7-14.
And that would be analyst Valier.
Correct.
You see her initials there.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So the four categories, just so we're clear and we can stop using so many numbers because they can get confusing. 3-2 is the cup, right?
Yes.
3-3 is the bumper glass, correct?
That is correct.
7-12 is the Buchanan glass, correct? You just looked at it.
Yes.
Okay. 7-14 is the Proctor glass, the single piece, correct?
Correct.
So when I make reference to those items by those names, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yes.
Hesitant.
No, I just, I'm just used to referring to them to the item numbers, but I will try to stay with you.
My brain will melt if we continue that way.
Can she do it both, Mr. Jackson?
Sure. Any way that you wish. I have another document that I would like to approach with, if I could, with the court permission. Okay. Thank you.
Here's my bingo card.
Have you ever seen that before, or a variation of it?
Yes.
Okay. Saw it last year, correct? Or something close to it last year?
Yeah, it looks consistent.
Okay.
Okay. If there are any others, Mr. Jackson, why don't we bring all the,
This is it.
I have a question. Have there not been several times that the the defense is asked to approach and Anti-Bed said no or fought it, so to speak? How many times has she done that to the prosecution? Also, didn't we have The word right, mark it off. This word right. I've heard that. So I have 1 bingo, 2 bingos. Any other bingos I need to know? I don't know. Yeah. Sorry. Bingo, 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 people. Does this mother ever change her position? She's always. This trial, she seems to be more small. I don't recall her sitting like that through the whole trial last time. I don't know. I want to know who these girls are next to him. These women. Who are these women? I know they're family members, but who are they? Does anybody know? Because I sure don't. Now, I want to know, why do we have 2 alphabet letters if we've got all these items that are being listed, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, F, G, and H are not listed, but I, J, on R? Why are we having a break in the alphabet? Are there 2 pieces missing? Why did you skip it? Well, that's what I'm saying. I may have said it wrong. They have denied the sidebar request. Well, he did say, "May I approach?" And she goes, "No. We just talked about this." I remember that was earlier in trial. And I was like, "What?" Move on, Mr. Jackson. Move on. That is what she said. I remember that. If I could tell you what day it was, I'd be in there. June, I just saw this thing about Section 69 translators for deaf jurors. That right there, whoever wrote this is a freaking idiot. It's not a translator, they're interpreters.
So I think I gave somebody the copy that I was using. I need a copy.
If I may approach?
Yes. Thank you. All right, so let's mark this first for identification.
Happy to.
This is amazing, and it is the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Yeah, I'm going to get to that right there. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts court, whatever, Section 69, dealing with translators for the deaf. That right there, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. It's interpreters for the deaf. But they're right. What is this? Oh, she's happy.
KKK for ID.
Well, but there is an issue with the evidence log. Where is the damn evidence log? Where have they ever produced an evidence log in this case? That's something. Have we actually seen an evidence log in this case? I don't recall us ever seeing one. But member chat, thank you, June. Y'all go read that. That's pretty cool, June. I just take offense with their verbiage, but they are correct. They have to have an interpreter. Bingo! Nope, no, we have not done an evidence log. I said evidence log. I did. You're on it, Erin. Erin is our bingo queen.
$205.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Request
Let's
permission
move
to
on.
publish.
Yes.
Ms. Hanley, you see the chalk that's been, or actually what's been marked as Exhibit 205 in evidence on the screen?
Yes.
Is that consistent with what you and I were just talking about at the witness stand?
Yes.
If you'll direct your attention to the screen on the right, just because it's a little easier, and I think
H
the
are
laser pointer
gone.
shows up a little better. You see the 4 categories represented in this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, so 3-2, I'm going to go over it very quickly one more time, just visually. 3-2 on the left is the cup, correct?
Yes.
3-3 represents the 5 pieces of glass of what we call the bumper glass, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Yes.
7-12 is the 9 pieces of glass recovered by Trooper Buchanan at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And finally, 7-14 is the single piece of glass recovered by Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes.
Taking these one by one, just so everybody see. Taking these one by one, looking at starting with the bumper glass, category 2. Piece A did not match the cup, anything in 7-12 or anything in 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
Piece B did not match the cup, did not match anything in 7-12, did not match anything in 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
And moving over to category 3, there were some matches in these 9 items, 6 of them, A, B, C, D, F, and K, correct?
Yes.
But what those matched, Ms. Hanley, with a cup, nothing on the bumper, correct?
Correct.
And what didn't match the cup were E, I, and L. Is that right?
That's correct.
Moving back to category 2, however, there was one thing, item E, that did match something in this series of categories. Isn't that right?
Not a physical match, but instrumentally there was consistency.
All right. And this was an item.
As not a physical. I want a physical match.
The only piece of bumper glass to match anything else in your analysis. Match what? What was consistent with what?
Item 3-3, piece E was consistent in physical and instrumental properties with the sample that I took from item 7-14.
Which is the single piece of glass recovered by Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
But not a single piece of glass, nothing that you analyzed coming from that bumper matched the cup. Did it? Nothing.
Physical match comparison, there was no physical match comparison to the cup.
Are we done with this, Mr. Jackson?
We can take this down, Your Honor.
Oh, why, you're welcome. Boom.
Your Honor, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. We're done. No, we got
Mr. Wiley?
cross. Redirect.
Now, Ms. Hanley, as far as you were asked some questions on cross-examination about biological pieces or tissue or things being on the glass, and you referenced that that was done in another unit, correct?
Yes, if if that type of examination was needed, that would be done in a different unit.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that, but next question.
Which unit would that be conducted in?
Objection.
So the objection sustained. You need more, Mr. Wiley, before you move on.
Now, as far
Quit directing. Why does she feel it should be sustained? Dib it. Let the attorney, and if they can't pull their weight or they don't follow through or they don't ask it another way, if they can't figure out why it's being objected to, then maybe they shouldn't be attorney. I just don't like her directions.
as the chalk that you were just presented, as far as the 4 photographs that were depicted in there, have you ever seen any of those 4 photographs before?
No.
Do you know specifically who or where any of the items 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, or 7-4 were physically recovered from?
I just have the description that's put in the LIMS system when it's submitted to the lab.
And do you know that 3-2, the drinking glass, was recovered by the Canton Police Department on January 29th, 2022?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know that item 3-3, the bumper glass, was recovered by Ms. Maureen Hartnett from your lab on February 1st, 2022?
Sustained.
Do you know that each of the 4 items were recovered by different people on different dates at different locations?
Can we approach?
Yes.
Thank you, guys. Sorry, this is my second one today. Maybe I ought to slow down on the liquids.
Ms. Stanley, from your conclusions that you testified about before, you found that the item 3-2, the drinking glass, was consistent with 6 different pieces from item 7-12 that were found in the roadway outside of 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That's correct.
I have to.
And you also found that piece E from item 3-3, the bumper glass, was consistent with the single piece from item 7-14 that was found in the roadway outside of 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you also found that items from 7-18.18, the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, were consistent with the item 3-1, the taillight housing, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Now, as far as the chalk that you were presented with on cross-examination, was there anything in there about item 7-18.18 or item 3-1, either the taillight housing or the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing?
No, there was not.
Nothing further.
Anything?
Very briefly. So in sum, not a single piece of glass on that bumper could be connected to that cup, correct?
there was no physical match to the pieces that I compared for physical match from the bumper. There was no physical match to the glass cup 3.2.
Thank you. So another way of saying that is not a single piece of glass that you analyzed.
So where did that glass come from? The bumper, the taillight is a plastic. The glass they're talking about is a glass, but the glass on the bumper doesn't match the glass or the plastic. Where the hell did the glass come from?
That bumper matched.
Sustained.
But
she is
the
so
one piece of glass
soft.
that did match something came from the same source. It was consistent with coming from the same source as the single piece of glass recovered on possession of or bagged by Trooper Michael Proctor. Correct?
It was consistent with item 7-14.
That's all.
All right, Ms. Hanley, you are all set. I'm going to see counsel for a minute. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Okay, it's 3:00. How much you want to bet they end for today? How much you want to bet? It's 2:00 my time. Wow. Okay. There goes Mama. So the only piece of evidence in her grouping, the glass that came from Proctor, are the pieces of glass that were found on the bumper, correct? Yep. It's not uncommon, but then right now she said objection, true to form. That's fine. Objection, hearsay. That's fine. But ask it a different way, maybe try this. That kind of talk bothers me. So the glass covered, we'll do this until that comes back. So we have a cup right there. We have glass on the bumper. We have 9 pieces recovered by Buchnick and glass recovered by Proctor. None of the ones covered by Proctor match. None of them match. Interesting. I find it very interesting. Yep. Okay, Jackson did note that the chart did not include the taillight housing nor the debris found in the clothing. Jackson repeats that none of the bumper pieces match the cup, only a single piece provided by Proctor. Wow. What are y'all's thoughts on that?
All right, so jurors, I know you don't like it when we're in sidebar. We don't like it when we're in sidebar, but I can tell you that after speaking to the lawyers now, we're ahead of schedule.
So we're in for the
Very
day.
hard to get us to this point where we're ahead of schedule so that tomorrow, instead of being a half a day, you have tomorrow off. So you have tomorrow and Friday, a good long weekend. It's very, very important. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't say a word. about
Thursday,
this
Friday,
case.
Saturday, Sunday,
Don't
Monday.
let
We got
anybody
5
say
days.
anything to you about this case. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know.
My head just went
Hopefully
whoop.
Next week, except for Thursday, or full days every day. Watch your social media use this weekend as well. Have a great long weekend. We'll see you here Tuesday morning, ready to go.
Court, all rise to the jury.
What? What? Thursday, Friday. So what are we gonna do, y'all?
Goodbye.
Oh my God. What are we going to do? We have 5 days with no trial. I can actually get some work done. Actually, I've got a lot of work to do. I've got a lot of wedding stuff to do. I know that's not y'all's problem. That's not y'all's problem, but I might be able to get wedding stuff done. There are 10 legal bases for legal objections, and they should have to clarify the basis of their objection. I prefer if they do myself. I learn more that way. So we've had some interest. Whoa, 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 whoa. This is what I always like to keep it rolling. Listen, no camera, but there's still sound.
So no one needs to see me about anything? We get cleared up.
Put on the record that what's been marked for as actions of interpreted evidence 205, we're in the process of printing a new one. The one that actually went into evidence is not the one that we showed.
Okay.
Instructions. We'll get that printed and to you. I think before we leave, I think he's printing it now.
All right, I'd like it before we leave. So before you leave, so. All right, have a good weekend.
Thank you, Board. All right.
Now we're out. Oh my gosh, that is so freaking awesome. You know, it's just with all the we've had a very high tech week. This week has been extremely high on the tech end, and I could use a little brain cleaning here. I could use a little bit of a skimming here. Getting my brain kind of cleaned out a little bit from all this stuff. I do need to go back. I have not been putting my witnesses and stuff in my YouTube channel descriptions after the trial. So I've got a lot of things to catch up on because I had college, I had finals this week. So, and everybody's got a life, everybody's busy, and I understand that. And I am so grateful to all of you for you staying here and watching. By the way, here's the bingo card. Do we have any other bingos? Time matter? Not my question. Do you have an understanding? Were you aware? Ask it differently. I know I do need those notes. True and accurate words matter. So I didn't hear that. If you did, great. Please make sure you put your bingos in because right now we're going to go into the I likes. This Sunday, we will not, I say not have a members, not a members, a live Sunday night live because it is a holiday weekend. I will be out of town all day Saturday. If I feel up to it, I may do a movie in Discord this week. Well, let's see if y'all have any suggestions. Go into Discord in members only chat. Put in your suggestions in members chat for a movie. I will love to do a movie sometime because I can do a movie and still do other work at the same time. So I think it'll be fun to do a movie night. So we don't have a movie night channel for everybody, do we? Movie night. So now we do. Movie night. There we go. Create. Let me edit this. How do you get a how do you add an emoji? I don't know how to do the emoji. Okay. Then someone will have to do an emoji for me. Somebody can help me with that. I don't know how all that works. I just put it in there. If it needs to be fixed, somebody fix it, please, because I am still learning Discord. Okay, guys, let's do this. Good luck, everybody. Who's going to win it? Yay, Miss Morales. I'll do it again. because we're not going to be here tomorrow or Friday, I'll do extras. That's only fair. Lady Jane. One more. Y'all are simply the best. You're amazing. Thank you so much for watching. Hello to we only got bingos. Everybody who's sub gets an entry today. Everybody who's sub. There we go. Everybody on Facebook, and thank you so much for joining. I greatly appreciate you being here. Everybody from X, Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, all of that stuff. Okay. So everybody who sub will get an extra entry. I'll give everybody an entry today who sub. Thank you so much. You guys are amazing. Go enjoy this break. Get defragmented. And we will try and do a movie this weekend. I sat there and put it into the member chat. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it. Let's just see if it worked. Don't know. So y'all have a great long weekend. Get together with your family, enjoy. But remember what this weekend's really about. It's not just about hot dogs and hamburgers, okay? It's Memorial Day weekend for a reason. Thank you to all of our service men and women, past, present, and future, for your service. And we look forward to seeing you movie night or on Tuesday morning. We'll be back. Thanks again. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.